Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican po, he's verbose Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you're having just a fabulous podcast Thursday morning, because I am. I'm a tiny bit late because my son made me French toast and I just had to eat. So here I am. Good morning, good morning. Good to be here. Full confession. Some of you who are more astute and pay attention to the details might have noticed that the hearing that we bailed on yesterday, not bailed, but after we wrapped up for the end of the day, the hearing was over, the jury went home. The hearing continued. And I am so glad we bailed. Oh my goodness. We'll talk about that in just a little minute. But we'll be going to court here in just a bit once that kicks off. We'll be headed back down to Pinellas County. Let's say good morning first. How's everyone doing? We'll talk about Samantha's like, what do you mean? You know, Samantha. You told us. That's how we knew. Yeah, they excused the defendant. He goes out, everything. He came back. Apparently he was just taking a bathroom break, and for another, hour and a half, they spilled the tea on this one. And I'm so glad some of these pictures are not coming in. Not talking about crime scene pictures. I think those are coming in. We're talking about just how much he enjoyed committing this crime. And some selfie pictures in front of the mirror sent his girlfriend. And yeah, no. We're not going there. Wow, wild stuff. Before we get started for the day, and as they're trying to round everybody up, has anyone seen the defendant? I should be down there. Did we get tea? You don't want this tea. This is the sort of tea that would be like, I ate yesterday and I'm good. I just won't eat today. It was wild. This case is wild enough. There's going to be enough brought in that you will feel fully teed up. You had a girlfriend or two. Facebook. Where can we watch? Says Lou. Right here. Just not that part. It was just a hearing. It was an argument. It was basically the prosecution and the defense were arguing about just how much the jury gets to hear, and the judge was ruling on what was too prejudicial, and him taking pleasure in this and taking pictures of it in front of the mirror, not coming in. So you can't watch any of that. The judge, none of these pictures were shown. Defendant was wearing a nice vest. We need to sing happy birthday. Is what we're doing, and we'll have plenty to talk about today. Julia K says, I watched some interrogation footage, and wow, he is so emotionless. Yes, a Sloth Life, by the way. Sloth Life, congratulations. First in chat today. Samantha's giving you the tea in chat. You can see it all there. So, Hot mic. Okay, I will tell you the audio was even worse at the end of the day. It was terrible. It was, and the audio was all being run by the cameraman. And she's struggling. Anyway, let's see. Any birthdays today? We'd love to sing happy birthday before we dive off the deep end on this one. Which, why is that?
One is...
Okay. Any birthdays? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Laura says, yes, mine. Yesterday, 54. Laura, let's sing to you today. Let's add you to the birthday list. Does anyone want to be sung to with Laura? Teresa, been watching since Zachariah Anderson, but first time chatting. Teresa, long time lurker. Welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome. We didn't know you were here before, but now we do. Where have you been all our lives? Welcome. Good to have you here in chat. All right. Any other birthdays to sing to? La. You have to warm up. Wookie says, today is my daughter's birthday, but she passed away from a terminal brain tumor. Oh, heavenly birthday. A sweet and sad birthday at the same time. We can sing to heavenly birthdays too, Wookie. We just need her name. Mert says, buenos dias from Mexico. Welcome. Chat not on screen. Fixed it. Thank you, Kim. Now I can properly out Sloth Life, who is first in chat. We're going to punish you, Sloth Life, with internet ownership. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility to fix. There's unfortunately zero financial benefit from this position, which you now hold squarely on your shoulders. Allie Hoffer says, can I pretend it's my birthday? I feel like I need a little singing. You can, but if it becomes your birthday like in 2 more weeks, we're like, hey, something's not right here. I missed yesterday what's his trial about for the sentencing. This is a defendant who pled guilty and is only on trial for the sentencing portion. He already admitted to the crimes. And by crimes, we're talking 4 murders. He was not charged for the death of the dogs, which he also caused. But 4 murders, and the jury is determining one thing. It's an either-or option for the jury. Is it life without parole or is it death penalty? This is a Florida case, and the jury does not have to be unanimous to reach a death penalty verdict. The Floridians changed the law to allow a partial, a majority vote to achieve death penalty when they realized that some people just have an aversion to the death penalty and would never vote for it. And so they changed the law to allow a less than unanimous decision to reach death penalty. Melissa and Chris says, I want to give a big shout out to the mods and the wonderful job they're doing to keep this channel running. And RA, we could not do this without you. Hope to meet you one day. That would be awesome, Melissa and Chris. What part of the country are you in? You never know what might happen. All right, we are going to sing. Thank you very much, Samantha, for doing this. We're going to sing to Laura and Peyton, a heavenly birthday for Peyton, which is sad and sweet at the same time. Here we go. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. We've still got it. Here we go. I saw that greeters. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Laura. And heavenly birthday to Peyton. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who is celebrating a birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are a million places it could be, and a million people you could have celebrated with. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy of you celebrating with us is so much we'd like to give some of that back to you. Make your day a little more special, or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel, and maybe McDonald's. I I don't know why I completely flubbed that this morning. It's not that I don't have it written down anywhere, but I generally say it in one specific way. Didn't happen this morning. Let's see. Happy birthday. Do have a wonderful birthday. Thank you. And Wookie, thanks for letting us share your daughter's heavenly birthday today as well. Thank you. All right. Susie Girl says, hi, Teresa. I'm mostly a lurker, occasionally a chatter. Welcome to chat. Welcome. Lurkers are coming out of the woodwork right now, which is great. We love it. Was it a family killed? It wasn't. I wasn't here either. We will talk all about that here, Debbie, as soon as the birthday music stops. You just can't talk about murder during the song. I think it's like a rule. So focus on the high kicks. Dancers are doing what they do best. Shaking what they were given. Looking good, people. Looking good. All right, drum solo to finish this up. Everyone help me out on this one. Grab your air drum sticks, sit down to your air drum set, and let's finish this song in style. Beautiful. All right, thank you. Debbie, was it a family he killed? I wasn't here either. Well, he killed his wife first, and then like the following year, the wife's family started getting really suspicious when they just couldn't ever connect with their daughter. She was texting them. She was even sending pictures of the kids. But some of the answers they got in the text messages just didn't seem right, and they wanted to meet up.
You look good.
Well, he says, we can't have that. So he goes to them, and he kills the brother, the mom, the dad, and the dogs. And their bodies are not discovered for 3 weeks, in spite of him digging a grave in the front yard and not using it. When he finally is arrested 3 weeks later, after all the evidence points right to him fairly quickly, he's been driving around his wife's car for a year, he confessed, and he pled guilty. And now he is... Now he's on trial in front of a jury to determine if this will be a death penalty situation. Is this the wrong? That's the wrong remote. There we go. Like, why is it not working? The audio is a little funky today, but we're gonna roll with it.
One is, it's my understanding it's not testifying today.
He is here, and he elected not to wear his.
Okay. All right, so we don't need to address that. We will need to address the requested redactions on his victim impact statement. And I don't know if we want to do that at lunch.
We can do that later, because he, having listened to the court's instructions and the rulings and what we've got to do so far,
pre-trial.
So, yeah, I'm not sure Mr. Doak has had a chance to read through it yet either, but the court reading the law, I think, was very helpful, and so we will get that to you as soon as we can get it printed out.
Okay, so is he going to testify or read that after lunch? Is it going to be today?
And
okay.
We will do that at the end of the day.
All right. And then well, let me know, because if we have more than one victim impact evidence witness in a row, then I can just say that the next 2 or 3 witnesses, blah, 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 so I don't have to like read it 5 times if they're
blah, blah,
if they're going to testify consecutively here.
And Judge, the last thing I think is that after reviewing some of the reports from people who are, it's my understanding, are going to be testifying today, there are comments in the reports, opinions, let's say, where, oh, this is the worst crime scene I've ever seen, or this is one of the worst crime scenes I've ever seen. those are things that these evidence techs or detectives or whoever have put within their report. So I would ask that they not be able to give their opinion on that and just testify to what they saw.
All right, well, reports don't come in, so.
Right, but they might be asked or offer that on the stand, so.
State.
I'm not going to solicit that comment.
Okay. Anything else?
They might just need to know not to say it, because they might just, when I walked in, it was one of the work, you know what I mean, that kind of thing. So.
I just need to approach on the one that real quick.
Okay. All right.
All right. Little sidebar. They'll mute the mics for this. We'll also see if we can fast forward just a little bit because we are just a couple seconds behind. Give me a minute to see where we're going on that one. All right. We'll just hang out here for a bit. Waiting for them to get started, waiting for the jury to come in. The jury is going to decide his fate. Life without parole or the death penalty. Not sure why my coloring on my light looks a little funky today. It's because I'm too short. Maybe if I come down a bit. It'll have to do. Big shout out to Kelly H. Gifted a membership this morning. Thank you very much, Kelly H. Regina Crawford also gifted a membership. Kelly H. comes in with a super chat as well. Says, I'll be lurking. Got to head out. Get my hair done for vacay. That's awesome, Kelly. Take us with you. Kim R. Thanks for the super sticker. I love it. K-Matt Red Queen. Gifted a membership this morning as well. Everything Tumblr Tutorials by Rebecca Escott. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Everything Tumblr Tutorials by Rebecca Escott. Rebecca, appreciate you. Longest name on YouTube, by the way, but it's very clear. I'm wondering if you have Tumblr tutorials. Selena K. gifted a membership this morning. Thank you very much, Selena. Good to have you here. Yo Mama gifted 5 memberships this morning, kicking things off in style as well. Thank you for your generosity. It is much appreciated. Barb's like, how long have you guys been on? Trial has not started yet, really. They're just sort of hammering out the schedule currently. And so not very long, about 8:50 or so. It was supposed to be 8:45, but I was about 5 or 6 minutes late. All right. Can someone fill me in on this case? Alex Duncan. Yes, I can. The gentleman on the screen in the vest.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everyone this morning?
Killed 4 people with a hammer.
Any
His
issues
wife
at all at this point?
and his in-laws.
Very good.
And this is his sentencing trial. He already pled guilty.
State, please call your next witness.
State calls Robert Rondos.
The jury is going to decide if it's a death penalty or life without parole situation, and that's the only decision they have to make. He already admitted to everything else. Oh, and 3 dogs. He just chatting it up with the bailiff. It's like, do you mind if I block your view? You can still see. You good? This defendant is calm, cool, and collected in every way, regardless of what is brought up. I use gentlemen loosely.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please wait, please, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Ms. Shelby, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge.
That extension cord's
Morning,
going to bug me all day.
Can you
That
please
white
state
one.
your first and last name and spell it for the record?
First name Robert, common spelling. Last name Rondos, R-O-N-D as in dog, O-S.
And where are you employed?
Tarpon Springs Police Department.
How long have you been an officer, or how long have you been employed by the Tarpon Springs Police
A
Department?
little over 13 years.
And what capacity?
I'm assigned to patrol as a police officer.
Have you worked in that capacity the entire time you've been with Tarpon Springs PD?
Yes.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Where was that from?
Almost 2 years in Pasco County.
What sort of training and education have you had in your years in law enforcement?
Well, when you first get in law enforcement, you have the basic academy. After that, you go through field training, FTO, and then throughout my career, I've been involved in a lot of like tactics, specialty units as in dive team, a lot more training with those positions as well.
And were you working in your capacity as an officer with Tarpon Springs Police Department on January 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a welfare check to 1954 Juanita Way?
I do.
On that date. Do you recall what you were called to that residence for?
It was a welfare check. The caller was a son of one of the subjects. I know they stated that they haven't talked to their father in a couple of weeks and were concerned.
Can you explain to the jury what a welfare check is?
So welfare check is, we get them almost every shift, if not every other shift. Welfare check is, it could be something from somebody fell, not answering the door, to they haven't spoke to somebody in X amount of days, not answering the phone. So we pretty much go and check their well-being.
How much information did you have about this welfare check when you started to respond?
Very little.
Did you make contact with the caller who had requested the welfare check?
I did, over the phone.
And did you obtain additional information from him on the way?
Yes.
After you had obtained that information, did you have any concerns about this welfare check?
Concerns were based off of his concerns, that he hasn't, I believe when I called him, he told me he hadn't spoken to them since his birthday, which was on December 13th, I believe. And it was very unusual that he hasn't heard from him, from his father, and then also his mother, or stepmother.
When you arrived on scene, were you alone?
Yes.
Did you park at the residence or somewhere else?
No, I just parked one mobile home over.
Okay, and why was that?
Just basic officer safety. You don't pull right up in front of a house.
Did you request any backup?
Not immediately. I did not.
Were welfare checks like this fairly run-of-the-mill and generally not dangerous in nature?
Correct.
After you got out of your vehicle, did you approach the residence?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual as you approached?
I did.
And what was that?
There's a large hole, like a trench, a large hole in the front yard.
What did it look like to you?
Honestly, looked like a grave.
And where exactly was it in relation to the residence, driveway, things of that nature?
It was adjacent to the driveway, the carport area. It was only a few feet from the actual driveway itself.
As you approached the residence, did anything else strike you as unusual as you got closer?
Yes.
And what was that?
As soon as I got closer to the residence, I noticed an obvious odor of human decomposition.
Is this a smell that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is the smell unique in nature?
It's very unique.
Unfortunately, yes.
Now, what does this clue you into as you're approaching?
That there's possibly a deceased individual inside that home.
Okay. Did you attempt to enter the residence at that time?
Not immediately, no.
And why was that?
I waited. That's when I asked for other units to respond.
And is that because of your concerns about the odor of human decomposition?
Yes.
Once backup had arrived, did you attempt to make entry to the residence?
Not immediately yet, no.
And why was that?
I basically walked around the outside of the house, checked the doors, windows. I noticed a lot of flies on the windows, and pretty much checked the perimeter before we even attempted contact or make entry into the home.
Were the flies on the windows inside the house or outside the house?
They were inside.
Okay. Did additional units respond?
Yes.
As well? Once you had even more backup, did you attempt to make entry at that point?
I did. I walked up to the front door, knocked on the front door. There was no answer. While I was knocking on the front door, there was a rake and a shovel like right there in the driveway as well that had like similar colored dirt on it still from that hole. We had no answer there at the front door.
Were you verbally announcing yourself?
Yes.
At the time? At that point, were you still treating this as a welfare check?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, did you have heightened concern about what was going on or what had happened inside the residence?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Did you eventually find a entry point that would allow you access to the residence?
Yes.
And where was that?
So there, just pretty much in front of the car in the driveway was just a screened-in porch. That screened-in porch door was unlocked. And then once inside that porch, the sliding glass doors to the home were also unlocked.
Okay. And did you access the interior of the residence through that door?
Yes.
Did you continue to announce yourself while you were doing it?
Yes, sir.
Did the intensity of the odor become stronger as you entered the residence?
Yes, absolutely.
What did you observe when you first entered the residence through that sliding door?
So through the sliding door, the glass door, I could see the interior. It was a mess. It almost looked ransacked.
Okay. What room did you enter first?
So it would have been kind of like a breakfast area, kind of just on the side of the kitchen. That would have been the room I entered through the sliding glass door into the home.
Okay. Did you observe spoiled food inside the residence?
I did.
Did you observe dirty diapers on the floor of the residence?
I did.
Did you observe a drop cloth in the residence?
Later on in the residence, as we started to clear the home, yes. But in that sliding glass door, you could see there was a couch there that also had blood on it.
Okay. How much blood was it? Was it a little bit of blood, a lot of blood?
I wouldn't say it was like a significant amount, but it was a decent amount of blood.
Was it very obvious?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, you mentioned clearing the residence. Can you explain to the jury what clearing the residence means?
So with this case here, when you clear a home, you obviously have more than just one officer. This isn't like an immediate dynamic entry. This is a slow, methodical clearing, using your angles. Pretty much we're clearing the house safely, and then also determining if there is anyone inside and if they, of course, do need help.
Now, you mentioned that this drop cloth wasn't something you encountered until you had started going through the residence. About how far into the residence was it before you started?
So I would say it was probably like a family room, living room area. Just outside the kitchen.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the drop cloth that indicated if it had been put out recently or if it had been there for a long time?
Yes. The drop cloth, it looked like it was just taken out of a package. It still had the creases and the seams in it from being folded up. And it also had patio blocks or like landscaping rocks from outside, came from outside that were holding down the corners of the rug.
Okay. Did there appear to be any construction project, repair project, anything of that nature near where this drop cloth was?
No.
Did the placement of the drop cloth there strike you as unusual?
Absolutely.
Did you notice anything else in that room?
Yes. I noticed like Home Depot bags. There was rope. I believe some of the rope was still in packages. And then also about that room, it looked like most of the furniture was pushed to the side to make room for that drop cloth.
Did you notice any protective equipment, such as masks, gloves, things of that nature?
I did.
Now, did you continue to go through the house from that point?
Yes.
As you were doing that, did you notice anything on the walls of the residence?
I did.
What was that?
It was kind of odd. It looked like blood splatter, but I couldn't tell 100% because it could have been painted over or like tried to clean up afterwards. But I did notice that on the wall. Yes.
Did that create additional concerns for you?
Absolutely.
Could you tell us what happened next as you continued to clear the residence?
So as we went down, there was one main hallway in the home. I did, from the second door on my right, I did notice, obviously the odor was significant. I did notice like fluid, consistent with like, human decomp. And the floors were laminate, so you could see the fluid kind of leaking out into the hallway underneath that one closed bedroom door.
Is that something that you had seen before in your career?
I have seen that before, yes.
Now, after you noticed that in the hallway, did you go straight for that, or did you have to look into other rooms before you could make it?
No, we cleared every doorway as we approached it and didn't pass any points that we did not clear.
What did you see in the rooms as you cleared them?
So the first door on my left appeared to be a laundry room. It was filthy. It was like ransacked. The first door on my right was a closed bedroom door. I opened that up. That was the cleaner room of the house. It was still messy, but it looked livable and not like the remainder of the residence.
Did you see, blood on the walls or anything on the floor related to human decomposition in that room?
A little bit bleeding.
After you finished clearing that room, where did you go next?
So it would be the second door on my right.
And what was in that room?
So when I opened that door, that's a door that had the fluid coming out on the laminate floor underneath the door. When I opened that up, I noticed that there appeared to be a body underneath a drop cloth, another drop cloth, or like a sheet. The cloth over top of it had fluid on it as well. Yes, and then also on top of that bed, I remember just like a large amount of like cleaning supplies, bleach. There was I think there was an incense thing on the counter. On the dresser. Yeah.
Was it? You said that was incense on the counter?
I believe it looked like an incense on the counter. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It wouldn't be the counter. It would have been the dresser. My bad.
Dresser. Okay.
Yeah.
Was the incense successfully masking the odor at all?
No.
Okay. How intense was it at that point?
It was pretty significant.
Did you have a hard time going about your business due to the odor?
I do. We wear protective gears and masks. Mm-hmm. So we did have masks on prior to making entry because how strong the odor was.
And was that to protect yourself from the intensity?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that it appeared to be a body wrapped in a drop cloth.
It didn't appear wrapped to me.
Okay.
It was laying kind of on top of it.
Okay. What parts were exposed that made it apparent to you that there was a body under it?
So nothing was exposed. If you guys ever watch horror movies or anything like that, it literally looked like a body underneath a sheet. Mm-hmm. It did appear that it was on its like on the back, so laying down on their back, but I could not tell 100% because it was covered up.
Okay. Did you attempt to remove this covering and check on the individual under it?
No.
Why was that?
It was obviously deceased.
Okay. After you finished clearing that room, where did you move next?
Within the door on our left.
And what was inside that room?
That was a bathroom.
Okay. What was the state of that bathroom?
It was also ransacked.
Okay. Where did you move on after the bathroom?
So once going down the hallway, you have the two doors on your left and two doors on your right, and there's one immediate door in front of you at the end of the hallway, and that's the door we made entry into.
Okay. And what did you observe once you made entry to that room?
When I opened that door, I immediately observed another deceased person on the floor, right within the doorway.
What was the state of that body?
So that body, I could tell that they were on their back. They were wrapped up in a floor cloth, like a floor rug, I'm sorry, and obvious head trauma.
Okay. So fair to say then that the wrapping was not covering it sufficiently to mask the body as the first one was?
Correct.
Okay. Was it apparent that that person was deceased and it could not be revived?
Yes, and oddly enough, there was a lot of head trauma, and there was like latex paint dumped, almost looked like it was poured out over top of the individual, and that colored paint was the same color as the exterior of the home.
Okay. Now, did you see any other unusual paint in that room?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was paint all over the walls. And it wasn't like someone painted the wall. It was almost like they had a cup of paint or a gallon of paint and just threw it all along the walls in the home and everything in it.
Okay. After you had observed this, what did you do next?
Continued to clear the residence.
Where did you go from there?
So in that room, that appeared to be the master bedroom. There was a connecting master bathroom, and that's where we continued to clear.
Okay. And did you see anything in the master bathroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was another deceased individual.
Okay. And what did you observe on that body?
Similar. I could not. This individual was covered up more than the one inside the master bedroom, but not as completely covered up as the one in the other room. Also in a floor rug with paint and things like that dumped over the individual.
And was it apparent that that person was also deceased?
Yeah, similar head trauma.
At that point, had you finished clearing the house?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
So once we cleared the home, we stepped outside the residence, secured it with crime scene tape, and then we would notify detectives and through our chain of command.
When you were in the residence, could you determine the identities of any of the bodies you had encountered?
I could not. The decomposition was pretty significant.
Once detectives arrived at the scene, were you asked to do anything else to assist in the investigation that day?
Yes.
And what was that?
They asked me if I could do a neighborhood canvass, try speaking with neighbors, see if anybody knows anything that could have happened or what had happened.
And did you do anything else to assist in the investigation from there?
No. Okay. Actually, I did. I would do scene security here and there.
And what is that?
So pretty much you hold the crime scene log, or you're just a uniformed officer in a marked car along the crime scene, making sure that it has its integrity still.
And is that to make sure that members of the public don't sort of walk through the crime scene or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No cross.
All right.
We're not expecting much cross-examination throughout this trial because the defense stipulates by him pleading guilty to the facts of the case. So these will be quick witnesses. When it's a family member, you also might hear the family member give a victim impact statement as part of their testimony, which is allowed in Florida. Right, he did confess. We might go watch those. I'm not sure. Depends how the schedule is.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This way, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Mr. Sreden, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Heather Temple, Temple.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic science specialist with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and please keep your voice up because it's a big courtroom, and it's quite okay if you use your outside voice.
Okay.
So you said forensic specialist?
Forensic science specialist with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
Pinellas County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what a forensic science specialist does?
So I respond out to crime scenes where I recognize, preserve, and collect physical evidence. I'll process for fingerprints, collect DNA, and I also collect items for lab processing if there are different chemicals that I deem are necessary.
And what sort of training or education do you have in order to be a forensic science specialist?
I have an associate's in human services, a bachelor's in psychology. I'm a certified crime scene technician, and I also hold a certification as a senior crime scene analyst with the International Association of Identification. Pardon me.
Okay. And how long have you been forensic science specialist?
For 8.5 years.
So you said you were with Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. We're going to talk about, did you respond to 1954 Juanita Way in Tarpon Springs?
Yes, I did.
On January 1st of 2019?
That is correct.
Now, what law enforcement agency is that in the jurisdiction of?
That is in unincorporated Pinellas. So we do crime scenes when we are requested through Tarpon Springs PD.
Okay. So Tarpon Springs Police Department, do they have an arrangement with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office where Pinellas County forensic technicians will come and assist in crime scenes if necessary?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And do you know roughly what time did you get to 1954 Juanita Way on January 1st?
Approximately 5 p.m.
And when you got there, was law enforcement, other than the initial welfare check and clearing of the residence, was law enforcement entering the residence yet?
They had already entered the residence at that point.
Okay. Had the search warrant been obtained?
Not at that point. It was just to render aid if that was necessary and then wait for us. There was crime scene tape already placed.
Okay. So was there a period of time where you were outside the residence, looking around the residence in that capacity before entry could be made pursuant to the search warrant?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you, so as you get to 1954 Juanita Way and you approach the residence, did you notice anything unusual?
Very distinct odor of decomposition.
Is that an odor that you're familiar with?
Yes, it is.
Is it a good smell?
No, sir. No.
And so this was as you were approaching the residence, so you're not even inside the residence yet?
Right. I was parked a couple houses down the street.
Okay. And was it a strong smell or was it a weak smell?
Very strong.
So then once you got to the residence on the outside, did you notice anything else about the outside of the residence?
I could see bug activity in the inside of the windows.
Okay. Anything out in the yard in front of it?
Yes, there was a long hole in the front yard, which is to the south.
Okay. So at some point, a search warrant is obtained, and once that happens, are you part of the response that's going to go into the residence to then begin doing the investigation to try and determine what in there is evidence, what happened, those types of things?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And as that happens, do you want to be careful as you're doing it to make sure that everything, the integrity of the scene is maintained?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
So once you guys start entering, how did you go about doing it?
We entered through a screen patio. The front door was locked, but we also wanted to ensure processing of that door. So we went through a couple stairs that brought us up to a Florida room. And then we continued into a sitting area, through the kitchen, an open room, and then the living room before we made our left down a hallway that led to the bedrooms.
Okay. And were you tasked with taking a video of the scene as you initially go in before anything is touched, moved, or manipulated in any way?
That is correct.
And did you sort of do that room by room so that you would videotape a room and then other things would happen and you could continue to progress throughout the residence?
That is correct. It's a very slow process because we don't want to disturb any transient evidence, which is hairs, fibers. We want to collect those. So I would, after photographs were taken, video, and then collect visible hairs. I would utilize an alternate light source, or ALS, like a black light, and look for hairs that are not obvious to the naked eye. And then I would also use a vacuum and vacuum up any other pieces of evidence nearby. And I would do that at an arm's length reach, place brown paper on the floor, and then we would continue again. So we're not actually touching the floor until those fibers are collected.
Okay. Once you do the initial video and begin that process, do you put something down on the floors after, like you do what you just described?
Yes. Yeah, brown paper.
Okay. Because I know in some of the photographs and maybe at portions of the video, there's some brown paper on the floor. Is that stuff that was there when you got there? Is that stuff that you guys put in order to maintain the integrity of the scene?
That's what we placed after the collection of transient evidence. Yes.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibits 2 and 3. Look at those. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are DVDs with the case number and my initials.
Okay. And what's on those DVDs?
The video that I captured while on scene.
Okay. And it's split across 2 DVDs?
Yes. When I take video, we don't walk with the video. We take clips, panning from left to right, right to left, and then continue on with our collection of hairs and fibers, and then take video again. So that's multiple clips of the scene instead of one long video.
Okay. And I do want to show you States Exhibit 16. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is it's an eagle view of the residence.
And is this created with a tool that the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office has to render kind of like a 3D image that you can then manipulate to look like a top-down view?
Yes, that is correct.
And in this one, it's in black and white and pretty, it's made in such a way so that it's really obvious where the walls and things are?
That is correct, yes.
Judge, at this time, say all 2 States Exhibit 16 in evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Judge, permission to publish States 16 and 2 and 3.
You may. Well, I don't know if 2 and 3 are in yet. Any objection to 2 or 3?
No, Your Honor.
All right. They're in now.
States Exhibits 2 and 3.
They're in. They're admitted.
And if you could, and Judge, I'm going to step down.
You may.
Before we play the video, if you could just acquaint us with what we're looking at here.
So this was 1954.
20 away?
Yes. This is where the front street is, and it's actually on a corner triangle. We have mailboxes here, so north is south. This is a Chrysler that's parked in the carport.
Is that a van?
Yes, van. This is the screen patio that I referred to. This would be the front door that we didn't enter right away. We entered through a door here where there were multiple steps. Referring to this as the Florida room, it has a bunch of windows and a table in this corner. There's a sliding glass door that we entered. This is a sitting room where there is a tan couch against the wall. The kitchen is in this corner with a table and chairs off to the left. This is an open room. I think typically it would be used as a dining room, but there wasn't furniture in this room. So we just refer to it as an open room.
Is that where the drop cloth was on the ground?
Yes, the drop cloth took up the entire floor area. And there were rocks in these corners holding the drop cloth down. This is the living room. We have the hallway that leads to the bedrooms. And this bedroom is where Pickles is located. And this bedroom is the master bedroom, and this is where Richard is located. And this room here is the master bathroom where Laura is located. Now these other rooms are, we have our laundry room and a hall bathroom. We have our first bedroom that was uneventful. So that was about it. We went through and labeled each room for ease of identification. So you may hear me refer to them as letters. And we started our letters with the Florida room as A, moving through the house. So A, B, being the sitting room, C, the kitchen, D, the open room, E, the bedroom. F is the hallway. G, laundry room. H is the bathroom in the hall. I is this other bedroom. J is the master bedroom, and to include the bathroom. And then K is the bedroom where Nicholas was living.
Okay, and at some, after you initially go in, do you put papers with the room labels on them so that you guys would have that identified?
Yes, we do.
So if we see pieces of paper that say room D, room B, those are things that you guys put there?
Yes, we place
law enforcement?
Yes.
And also, can you see where the hole in the yard you described is?
Yeah, you can see it right here. So this is to the south. Here's the screen door in the front door, carport, and then this deep hole. And then there was a pile of dirt off to the wall.
Thank you. You have permission to publish first states 2.
You may.
And then after that,
Judge, may I approach to...
Yes, you may.
Never seen a defendant in a serial killer murder trial look quite so calm. Who is Jumpsuit Pablo? And would I have to wear a jumpsuit? No. Can't replace it. I could periodically put something else up on the screen over it, but... Samantha, my goal was both. We've got a placeholder up on Top Market Media for this afternoon, 12:30 for the Bryan Kohberger hearing. We're probably going to pop in and listen on this one as well, mostly because I think it's going to be about lunchtime, and we'll just work through lunch and catch that hearing over in Idaho. Melissa, we haven't got to the point where they choose to show or not show evidence. This is the first real exhibit that we've heard from, but we do know there are going to be pictures brought into evidence today, and also probably some testimony about text messaging on Facebook. It looks like a Zoom hearing. We've got it set up because we're trying to live stream it. If the court doesn't allow it, obviously we can't live stream it, but the defendant looks much different, very different from how he looks when he was taken into custody with the beard and hair and everything completely shaved. But it's slowly coming back. This takes 2 weeks and doesn't shave over that time. Well, it will be an interesting look. It was 3 weeks until these 3 victims were found, but these 3 victims were found before his wife was found, who was buried in the yard of their home up in Ohio, which they had abandoned. The home had been renovated and someone else was living there. Had no idea there was a dead body in the backyard.
I'm not sure what happened. Let's talk about, there's an area here. What was that area?
That was a shed that could be accessed through the screen patio.
Yeah, and at some point, were you in the shed and see what the shed looked like?
Yes, I did. Yes.
I'd like to show you States Exhibits 4 and 5. You recognize those?
I do.
And are those photographs of an area in the shed?
Yes.
They fair and accurate?
Yes, it's a rear corner of the shed.
And this time, say, I'd like to move to States Exhibits 4 and 5 in evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
I'm going to try and publish. Permission to publish States Exhibits 4 and 5.
You may. You may.
Thank you. In States Exhibit 5, was there an area with like a ring where something the size of a paint can might have gone at one point?
Yes, there is.
I'd be very surprised if they show us the pictures from the crime scene, because the weapon of choice was a hammer, and it was brutal. First I thought he was turning his head to us to not to look, but now he's just waiting for the next video to be played. We get to see. Content warning.
So for the record, the state is publishing State's Exhibit number 2 at this point, correct?
Correct.
Looks nice from the outside, other than the grave dug by the parking lot, by the park strip. If houses that close together, how would they not smell it? This was a house, 3 people lying dead inside, having been bludgeoned to death. You could see flies on the window there crawling around on the inside. The smell in a scene like this is one that's often described as a make paint peel. It's that bad. It's that strong and that terrible. The victims were dead for about 3 weeks. No one had heard from them in that time frame. They were discovered after a wellness check. The officer showed up and immediately could detect the smell. There's the grave right there next to the... He's just digging a grave in the front yard. Full view, all the neighbors. The electrical box looks like it's been fried. This would be the lanai, or the Florida room, I believe, right? All the blinds are closed. That's their air conditioner. I believe that fluid is just condensation. Crime scene van out there, parked out front, continuing to walk around. This exterior color paint is what's been described as what was used on the inside of the house. Thrown against all the walls. There you can see some of the flies on the window on the inside. We're installing one today upstairs ourselves. More flies. Windows are closed. Looks like a aftermarket tinting was applied to those top little windows, like a plastic adhesive. More flies in this window as well. Here's zooming in on the individual flies. No signs of entry, forced entry on any of these windows. They all look unbroken and sealed and locked. Something that police look for as an indication of whether the intruder was gained access into the home with permission of the owners or through an unlocked door. Closer at the grave. Unused grave. The reason he didn't use this grave, according to the defendant in his own testimony, was that the victim was too heavy to carry out there. So his plan was to go back home, lift weights, get stronger, come back, and then put him in the hole. I kid you not. Can't make this stuff up. He began by eating a high-protein diet of nothing but McDonald's nuggets some days. That's what they testified to in the opening. McDonald's is not a sponsor of the trial, despite being mentioned numerous times. Car's in good shape. Little ding on the door there. Clean other than that. Kohberger sentencing going to be like this? No, it will not. I think it'll be much quicker. Was it mentioned why he killed his wife? I have not heard the motive on that one. I think he did provide it. I just don't recall what it was. A little bit of dirt from the digging. Getting traipsed into the house and the carport there. Killed the mom and dad, hid their bodies in the bedroom and the bathroom. Then the son came over. And they watched movies together, ate pizza, possibly smoked some weed. Then he killed him. Because they were friends. They wanted to hang out one last time. It's bizarre. It's crazy. The jury just needs to see if there's that aggravating factor in these crimes that would warrant the death penalty. Digging that good old Florida clay and sand. Please put deliveries inside door. I'm guessing he did not write that note. When it comes to Bryan Kohberger, he's still on schedule to be sentenced on the 6th, 23rd? I forget, of this month. The hearing today, I don't even know if he's going to be present for, honestly. He might be. But it will be mostly over Zoom. This is a hearing asking for the judge to reconsider and release the gag order, or lift the gag order, that prevents the prosecutor from talking to the media and the defense from talking to the media, and anybody involved in the case from talking to the media. It may also, when you think about it, it may also allow family members to finally get more answers to some of the questions, because many of the families, I think as Bryan Ayden pointed out, don't know much more than we do about the case. Just because of the gag order, they have not been allowed to be told anything. Navia says it was so sad his wife was dead and missing for so long, and no one seemed to miss her or even wonder, what if? Yeah. Do you feel like metal detecting when did you dig a grave? Some holes when I'm digging, when I'm metal detecting, look sort of like that. But the difference is I fill the holes when I'm done. McDonald's bags, Nuggets boxes. Now working its way into the shed. We're watching the police crime scene the videos as they've documenting the house as they found it. After doing a wellness check and discovering 3 deceased individuals inside in advanced states of decomposition. Why show this for sentencing? A jury is making this decision, and they have to decide if this was an aggravated fact, and if the aggravating factors were present to warrant death penalty. They're only determining the sentence. If this jury, had the jury sat through the full trial and found him guilty, that would be a very different scenario than this jury's in. This jury did not sit through the trial because there was no trial. There we have there's just nuggets, I'm telling you. McDonald's nuggets, fries, drinks, bags. Not sure what that is. Looks like a beverage, energy drink of some sort. Lots of nuggets, 10 chicken nuggets. Children's diaper. The jury has to make that decision, and they didn't hear this. They didn't see this evidence because there was no trial. He pled guilty. So now this evidence is presented in an abbreviated format with very little objections or cross-examination by the defense for the jury to get a picture of the crime scene and the events. Like Ohio State fans. The family did have connections to Ohio. That's where his wife was murdered. We have put a content warning up there. There's the Chewy box indicating they were pets. Pictures of the deceased dogs will not be shown. Judges ruled that they were too prejudicial, that the response that an average juror might give to seeing that would be bad. Some meds on the counter, a lighter. Starting to see some blood on the floor. Camera cuts away because it gets very bad. Like a saw or a knife. Knife there. Strange place to keep it. Does appear to be some blood spatter or splatter or something on the couch there. I believe the son that was killed was sleeping on the couch when he was attacked. It's indicated by the dried blood. Defendant's keeping his eyes glued to the screen. Watching this with us. Xbox Live Gold. Did they play some Xbox? You could tell the house was kept orderly and looks pretty neat, but is sort of a mess in some areas. Surprised the plants are still alive. Could be fake plants, you're right. Little precious moments. Figurines. Some nice furniture. Little Fenton hobnail milk glass candy bowl there on the bottom, for those of you who know your collector's glass. Some blood smeared on the front glass cover of the curio cabinet there. Looking at the door handle to see if there's signs of blood.
And Judge, now the state would publish state's exhibit.
Very good.
Love Fenton hobnail milk glass. One of the items I collected when I was back when I was doing resale arbitrage, buying at thrift shops and selling online. I would pick out the Fenton, and I sent all that to my mom. She has the entire collection, and then I'd also pick out Wedgwood, preferably blue and white Wedgwood pieces. So I have she has a curio cabinet full of those that I found for her. Going to the kitchen, possible paraphernalia is what I'm looking at there. Possible pipe with a lighter, or a bong with a lighter, something like that. Don't know my paraphernalia, sorry. Some Sprite on the counter there. defense spent some time staying in this house after the event, trying to just finish up, clean up, get some takeout food. Thermometer? What's that there? Microwave popcorn. Looks like the cupboards were sort of ransacked. Oh, nice. Throws all his Monster energy drink cans in the sink, because why not? I believe we're going to hear that the death of his for the death of his wife, the children were present in the home, and they're very young children, very, very young. There's no indication that they were present during this, though. Sunny D, looks like some dishwashing detergent. Cereal, goldfish, crackers, Sara Lee bread, Pikachu on the floor there, stuffed Pikachu. Looks like a printer or a paper shredder. Domino's pizza, 2 boxes. Looks like maybe a Mexican, or those could have been fries. Some fast food, probably from a food truck. Any way you ordered, you could earn points. I'm not sure why we're zooming in on the pizza box. Oh, looks like the delivery address is on there. No coupon used, $37. 2 liters of Sprite along with the pizza. 2 pizzas into $39.66. Delivered to the Juanita address. There's a mask, like a painter's mask or a dust mask there on the center of the counter. Got the energy drinks there in the sink, along with some random trash. Dish rack is full. Ramen noodles, or at least the sauce from the ramen noodles still left in the pan. Empty bag of Hostess donuts. Looks like the milk container's empty as well. Dirty plate with a fork. Untouched jar of pretzel sticks on top of the fridge. More Domino's pizza boxes over on the other side next to the stove. As well as some styrofoam drinking cups. Oh no, this is Domino's. It looks like those are the dessert, the cookies or brownies things. Upper part of the kitchen looks entirely as it was decorated, untouched. Bag of toilet paper on the ground there. Carton of eggs. Garbage just thrown on the ground. Back of garbage bags, more chicken nuggets. We're seeing a tarp on the floor in the room outside, just outside the kitchen here. Let's get a closer look at the Domino's treats. Defendant looks away, instead watching the screen next to his attorney. We haven't seen the camera zoom in on the paint yet. There is a tarp spread out here with some apparent blood on it. Very effective blood both on and off the tarp. Looks like a newer tarp. Still has the creases in it, like you just purchased it from, you know, the murder aisle at Home Depot. But it does appear to be a mess in the kitchen with, you know, Reynolds wrap on the stove, casserole pan, pot still on the stove, garbage on the floor, cupboards open. It doesn't appear that there was a struggle, or it doesn't appear that there was a struggle at the time of the killings. This just looks like a very sloppy person lived in the house afterwards. Has laid down some paper. Tumblers. I say that because appliances on the counter, like the coffee maker, the microwave, the decorations are still in place. Nothing's really been shaken, or blinds aren't ripped off the side of the windows. Starting to see some signs of paint over there on the far wall. Like someone took a spray can of paint and painted a little bit. There's some sign of struggle. We've got an overturned table now, like a coffee table in front of the television. Possibly moved to make more room. Holy cow. Someone's been living there. Is that... Those look like the packages for like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon cards. Did he go out and buy a bunch of Pokemon? And then just rip them all right there, drop them on the floor? Also a package of unopened tarp there next to the couch. So that looks like if he was sleeping in the house, that's probably where I'd say it happened. A little bit of blood on the wall here. Tiny bit. Couple spots, a little more on the floor. By the couch, it looked like a foil package for cards. It could have also been some sort of paraphernalia that I'm not familiar with. Looking down the hallway now, we've got some closed doors. We might see some stuff we can't forget very easily here in the next minute. I'm not sure what they're going to show. Looked like blunt wrappers, so could have been blunt wrappers. There are monitors in several places around this courtroom, and the defendants looked at a couple of them, sometimes a big screen, sometimes others. Now seeing on the floor what appears to be areas where fluid may have leaked out. Looking into the bathroom. It's a mess. It's bad. There's that paint can opener on the floor that was indicated that he bought from Home Depot. There are some signs of paint around, but I haven't seen it on the walls yet. Might be hard to see in this lighting. Now into a bedroom. This was right around Christmas time. There's the fluid on the floor on the right. You can see the decomposition fluid. Coming from the body shape underneath the sheet. This area is much worse, with blood and paint all over the walls. There's a blanket or carpet covering a body on the bed, the edges being held down with water bottles like weights. It's alleged that the defendant used the same hammer to kill all 3 people down here, but I believe it's a different hammer than the one he used to kill his wife, but all 4 people were killed with a hammer. The defendant had pled guilty to this. This is, he's confessed and pled guilty. Man, if they push this door open, I don't, man. Oh. I've seen a lot of paint dumped on the floor. The motive for killing these 3 people was that they were suspicious that he killed his wife. So he killed these 3 people to hide the fact that he killed his wife. And it bought him 3 more weeks of freedom. Walls in here are covered with paint and who knows what else. Furniture thrown on the bed. This room looks ransacked. We can talk about him having done this and being guilty because he has admitted, he confessed, and he pled guilty to these charges. It's not a question of if he did it or not. The jury is hearing these things and learning about this evidence only to determine if he should be sentenced to the death penalty or spend the rest of his life in prison without the opportunity of parole. This trial is for 3 murders, although after these bodies were discovered, they discovered the body of his wife, who was actually murdered before this. He is currently serving a 30-year sentence for his wife's death. He is already serving a 30-year sentence for his wife's death. But in Florida, where these 3 murders occurred, he could be sentenced to death. He and his wife did have 2 children. We may hear about those 2 children and a girlfriend as well. Donald, once again, all over here. Nana and Papa on the wall. Little mugs. These are flies on the ceiling and paint as well. Mostly paint, I think, but He spread paper down on the floor and left it there. There's an unopened tarp, 9 by 12 foot, heavy duty drop cloth. An opened tarp. This is looking back at those these blunt wrappers. They look like cards. Magic the Gathering cards. It's a card game, trading card game. He did not kill his kids. He did not kill his girlfriend. The girlfriend was looking forward to seeing the kids. I'm not sure how much she knew. Let's get back to the room. Oh, there's a body in the carpet. Prosecution says the paint was used to sort of mask evidence on the wall. Paint thrown in the bathroom, on the mirrors. There's a body on the floor there too. Spam call during this. Hello?
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 Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Sir?
Hello?
This is James from Prime Home Buyers. Calling about the property at 317 like this, sir.
Ms. Temple.
I'm in court right now.
We've just looked at the scene.
Judge is
Did
talking.
you do all of the forensic work on this particular case?
No, I did not.
Did you and a team of forensic specialists break up the residence by rooms so that different people would work on different rooms and some would help others?
That is correct, yes.
Was one of the places that you focused, or you really kind of processed in the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And was there a lot of processing that happened in the master bedroom?
Yes, I wasn't the only one processing in the master bedroom.
Okay, and I'm going to focus on just a couple of areas. But first, when you were in the residence doing your job, did you have to wear anything on your face?
I had a respirator on the entire time.
Okay. Was that because of the odor?
Yes, it was.
So in the master bedroom, obviously we could see a whole bunch of things piled around, but were some of the things that you observed an orange paint can and a green paint can?
Yes, they were.
And also there were areas of shelves or drawers that were empty or seemed just pulled out. Was there also in that closet area the same kind of thing? It looked like things had just been removed.
Yes, there were. There were many items on the master bedroom closet floor.
Okay, and in particular, was there in the closet, on the top left shelf, was there a jewelry box with Ivancic written on it?
Yes, there was.
And did you spend any time processing that item?
Yes, I did.
In processing that item, did you check for fingerprints?
Yes, I applied black fingerprint powder.
Okay, and can you describe why you would do that? What is black fingerprint powder? How does it work?
It's an organic substance that is attracted to the moisture in fingerprints. I'm able to use a brush to help apply that to any item I see fit. We have other powders available to us, so I could also use magnetic powder depending on the item and the finish of the item.
Okay. Now, if you take an item like, say, a jewelry box and you look at it, is it always going to be visibly obvious that there could be a fingerprint there?
No.
Okay. And when you do that processing, is that in an attempt to make it more visible or reveal whether or not there may be fingerprints?
That is correct.
So that particular item, I'm going to call it Ivancic jewelry box, room J, closet top shelf. Were you able to process it and detect any possible fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
So once you see something that looks like it could be a fingerprint, what do you do with that?
I apply tape so I can lift the print that I observe, and I place it on a white card, backing card, and then I fill it out based on what it was lifted from. So I have the item in front of me, and then I write on the back of the card where it came from, and sometimes we will draw diagrams to help us.
Okay. And on that particular item, would you have written Ivancic jewelry box, room J, closet top shelf?
That is correct.
Now, I'm asking you about that one. Did you process a lot of other items and do a lot of other fingerprint lifts?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you detect a possible fingerprint or process an item and do what you just explained to us, do you know for sure whether what you observe and what you lift and preserve is going to be usable?
I do not know that, no.
And once you put it on those cards, what eventually happens to those? Do those get sent to somebody or a certain division?
Yes, it gets sent to our APHIS division, which is our automated fingerprint identification system, and we have people who are trained in identifying who the print belongs to.
Okay. And to be clear, that Ivancic jewelry box, room J, closet top left shelf. So that would have been in that master bedroom that we saw. In this closet right here, on the top shelf over on the left, kind of deep in the room, deep in the closet?
That is correct.
Not an area that you would expect visitors to be using or be accessible to visitors?
It was definitely in the back corner of the closet, which brought my attention to it because there was a lot of items on the floor.
Okay. Additionally, there were obviously the 3 bodies in the different bedrooms. Do you process those? Do you and the forensic specialist process those immediately when you get on scene?
Once we collect the trace evidence, that was our goal, is to make our way straight to the bodies for further evidence collection and the removal of clothing.
Okay. Is there another agency or another group that you wait for or that is going to be involved in processing the bodies or dealing with bodies?
The medical examiner's office, we actually can't physically touch the bodies until they're on scene.
Okay. And when something like this happens, the medical examiner's office get notified so that they can respond as well?
That is correct.
So once the medical examiner's office people do arrive, do you work alongside of them so that you process the things on the body and around the body, and then they will take and do what they need to do with the body?
That is correct.
Okay. And were you present and assisting when the medical examiner's office arrived and began their process so that you could work alongside of them and do your process?
That is correct for all three.
Okay. All right, I want to show you first what's marked as State's Exhibit 6 and 7. You recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And are those fair and accurate representations of what you observed of the body in the second bedroom on the right in that hallway?
Yes, I do.
Judge, this time I'd like to move State's Exhibits 6 and 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those photographs of the body right in the doorway of the master bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Fair and accurate?
It is, yes.
This time, State would like to move State's Exhibits 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And I'd like to show you State's Exhibits 10 and 11.
Judy M., one of our OGs. Thank you very much.
Are those photographs
Congratulations
of
on
the body
20
in
months.
the master bathroom?
Yes, they are.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are, yes.
At this time, State would like to move State's Exhibits 10 and 11 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. They're admitted.
Judge, permission to publish.
You may.
All right, we're going to see if this works. All right, and Ms. Temple, can you see the photograph I'm displaying on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And is this is State's Exhibit 6? Is this a photograph of the body in the second bedroom on the right of the hall? The body that was by itself in that bedroom before anything happened to it, meaning nothing was removed, nothing was touched, nothing was manipulated?
That is correct, as is.
Okay, and there's like a drop cloth on top of it?
Correct.
Now, once the medical examiner's office arrives and the drop cloth is removed, is this what you observed?
Yes, it is.
And this was the body, and there was, what was that on top of it? Did it appear to be like some fluid or something on top of it?
It appeared to be paint and possibly baking soda.
And there's, underneath it, was there like a blanket, that kind of orange or camouflage thing?
Yes.
Sorry, that was State Exhibit 7. Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 8. Was this the male in the master bedroom just inside the door?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 8, is that before anything was touched, removed, manipulated in any way?
That is correct, yes.
So this is as it was found?
Correct.
In State's Exhibit 9, so once the medical examiner's office arrives and you guys start to unroll the carpet, is this what you observed?
Yes, it is.
And you observed anything on top of the clothes, on top of the face and head?
It appeared to be dry paint.
I'm displaying State's Exhibit 10. Is this the female body in the master bathroom?
That is correct.
Is this before anything was done or touched or manipulated in any way?
Yes, it is.
And there's carpet and under the body and kind of rolled up a little bit, and a bunch of towels on top of and on the side of the body.
That is correct.
Once the medical examiner's office gets there, or the processing is done, I'm States Exhibit 11. Is this what you observed?
Yes, it is.
There's a lot of blue stuff kind of on the butt area of the body. Was that the color of the clothing, or was that something else, or appeared to be something else?
Appeared to be dry paint.
There's a red towel, blue towel, yellow towel, towels around?
Yes.
I showed you those photographs. Now from there, is there additional processing that is done of the bodies? Obviously, those are photographs you're taking as it's being done, but then what do you guys do with the bodies while the medical examiner's office is there?
So I collect hair that is visible, and then I'll continue on with an alternate light source and look for hairs that you can't see with the naked eye. And then we also collected fingernail scrapings and clippings, and we also performed swabs on the hands, fingernails, arms, and things like that.
Okay. And then ultimately the bodies are given to the medical examiner's office, and they remove them from the scene and take them to their location, the morgue?
We removed the clothing before they were transported from the scene.
Okay.
We do have a placeholder up
Okay,
for Bryan
I want to jump
Kohberger.
ahead in the investigation a little bit.
And the court has their placeholder up as well.
Were you
So we're set for
involved in
broadcast.
assisting later on when luminol was applied to different areas?
Yes, it was.
And could you tell us what is luminol and kind of the basic purpose of it?
So luminol is the last process that we would do on a scene. That includes all collections of evidence, trace DNA, fingerprinting, and it's help to visualize areas of possible blood that may have been cleaned up. So it's a powder that we mix with distilled water, and we do a QC check to make sure the chemical is working properly with a penny. And sure, we do a QC check. Is that where you want me to start? Using a penny, and we'll spray the luminol solution on the penny to ensure that it's working properly. But before we can actually do that, we have to make sure the scene is completely dark. So you may see photos where there's paper over the doors or windows, electronic devices, any kind of, even the clock on a microwave has to be covered. So once we have complete darkness and we're set up with our tripod and camera for long exposure photography, we applied the luminol to areas of the floor and then photographed those results. So once we apply luminol and it comes in contact with areas of possible blood, it illuminates a bluish color, and then we'll photograph to show that reaction on the scene. So the photograph is quite dark, but that's to allow the reaction to be seen.
Okay. And was that process that you just described, was that done in the area once you come in the sliding glass door in front of that couch on the floor in that area?
Yes,
also
it was.
in the living room and also in the hallway?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I want to show you States Exhibits 12, 13, 14, and 15. Can you look at those for me?
And Your Honor, we have no objection to the admission of these.
Very good. They are admitted then, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
And those are very inaccurate. The photographs were taken once the luminol was applied and you're reviewing the results?
That is correct.
I want to go through them. Start with easy one first, States Exhibit 15. You recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, I do.
And what area of the residence is this in the dark?
This is the hallway looking towards the master bedroom, and we labeled that as room F.
And is this the floor of the hall, the area that I'm pointing out there?
Yes, it is.
We're able to see some like blue illumination. Is that on the floor there of that hallway?
Yes, it is.
I think it might not be obvious on the screen, but is there, like, looks like either a light switch or an electrical outlet or something on the side of the hall right about here?
I believe it was the thermostat.
Thermostat?
Is it? Yes, I believe so.
You can see it in the photograph. I know that on
Yes.
the big display it's a little bit of glare. And that was State's Exhibit 15. So go to the next easy one, and we show you so you like what we got.
Why is he starting with the
State's
easy
Exhibit
ones?
14 I'm displaying. What area of the residence are we looking at here?
That is looking towards the front door, but we're standing in the open room that we labeled D. So it's looking into the living room that we labeled E.
Yeah, if I could show it to you again real quick. Put it close. Is that the front door or the sliding glass door?
My apologies. This is the sliding glass door, so room D, or B, room B, rather.
Okay. And again, stage 14 I'm displaying. So again, there's a little bit of a glare on display, but the area that I'm pointing here, is there a sliding glass door that you can see?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And that couch that's blocking an entryway, is that right here?
Yes, it is.
So the area that's illuminated, is that right in, slightly inside of the sliding glass door in that room you described as room B?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show State's Exhibit 13 next. State's Exhibit 13, you know what we're looking at here?
Yes, so that is the view looking into the living room.
Okay. Can you acquaint us or orient us a little bit with what area is the front door in this photograph, but in the dark?
The front door would be off to the left.
In this area?
That is correct.
And the couch on the side wall, is that over here?
Yes, it was a love seat.
And the couch next to the front door, would that be here?
That is correct.
And so this area that's illuminated, would this be on the floor, say, in front of the couch next to the front door?
That is correct, yes.
And then State's Exhibit 12. What area are we looking at here?
So that is the living room looking towards the sitting area of B that's cut off by the couch.
Okay. And I guess to use our diagram to be clear.
Thank you very much, Warrior Queen. Almost to the year mark in New Color Courthouse.
Yeah. So if this is D, E is the living room, we would be looking in this direction to the west. Okay.
And the last one we're looking at, where approximately we're looking at?
We would have been looking south. So here's your front door in about approximately this area.
And one right before that, on the side glass door, where would that be?
Sliding glass door, and then just inside.
Now, looking at this, would that entryway that is blocked by the couch be in approximately this area?
That is correct.
Jeff, may I have a moment?
You may.
We're still working. I'm getting Top Mark Media squared
More
away.
questions for this witness?
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No cross.
thank you.
No
Thank
cross.
you.
Next witness.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, members of the jury, why don't we go ahead and take our mid-morning break. It'll be for 15 minutes. If you want to go downstairs and get a snack or something, you can. If you want to stay in the jury suite, that's fine too. So we'll see you in 15 minutes.
All right. We've got 15 minutes. We're actually going to catch up just a teensy bit because we were just a few minutes behind. So you don't have 15 minutes. You only have like 10 minutes. But while we do that, a couple things. We are all set for the Bryan Kohberger hearing. And by that, I mean we are ready to go live with that over on Top Mark Media. We are planning on interrupting this proceeding because Kohberger goes live right about lunchtime, and that hearing I don't think is going to be lengthy. It might be very short, although the ramifications of the hearing up in Bryan Kohberger's case might be huge, especially for the true crime world, as there's a possibility that the judge will unseal or lift the gag order and unseal some documents. That's basically a lot of the families don't know much more than we do about the crime, and this would allow the prosecutor to tell them details as well as talk to the media about details, and it might also give us access to a lot of information that is coming up. Let's see. Can we look at the PCA confession details real quick? I've got that pulled up, Amber. We'll look at that here in just a second. Just 1 second. Where was it? It's right here. Camera 3. Got to turn this down because the courtroom feed's a little bit noisy. A little bit of buzz there. All right, let's see what we've got on camera 3. Let's see, starting on page 5. Okay, we're going to read very quickly. Can you all see this? We'll get there. Hang on just 1 second. This is the PCA, the probable cause affidavit. But whereas Detective Christopher Lemon of the Tarpon Springs Police Department has this day made an oath before the court that on or between the 15th and the 24th day of December 2018 in the county aforesaid, one Shelby John Nealy unlawfully and from a premeditated design to effect the death of Laura Evancic did inflict blunt trauma to the said Laura Evancic with a hammer, and the direct result thereof that Laura Evancic died, contrary to the Chapter 782 of the Florida law. In such case, made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state of Florida. On or before the 15th and 24th day of December, same thing, Shelby John Nealy, unlawfully from a premeditated design to effect the death of Richard Evancic, did inflict blunt trauma to the said Richard Evancic with a hammer, and he died. Contrary to the peace and dignity and honor between the 15th, the same thing, Shelby John Nealy, premeditated, using a hammer, did kill Nicholas Evancic. Now on page 5 here, let's see, page 3. Is this the one we want? Might have to move me. Let's see. Christopher Lemon comes forward. This is the... Your affiant, Christopher Lemon, is a sworn law enforcement officer employed by the Tarpon Springs Police Department as a detective in the Criminal Detective Division. He's been employed there since October 18, 2012. Your affiant has been involved in multiple homicide investigations and numerous cases involving violence during the past several years. He obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree in English from Washington State University in 2006, and a Juris Doctorate degree from St. Thomas University School of Law, and a law enforcement certification from Pasco Hernando College in Dade City, Florida. On January 1st, the affiant was contacted by Sergeant Miller and was requested to respond to the address on Juanita Way in Tarpon Springs, Pinellas County, Florida, with reference to multiple homicides. Your affiant responded to said address and spoke to Officer Robert Rondos. Rondos advised your affiant that the following information. Officer Rondos advised that he responded to the location to do a welfare check. He learned that the homeowner's son, Richard Avancic, who resides in Palm Beach County, Florida, requested law enforcement to respond to his father's address because he had been unable to contact his father or his father's wife, Laura Avancic, for about a month. No, for several weeks. Officer Rondos advised the affiant that when he had arrived, he looked through the window and observed numerous live flies and smelled a strong odor of body decomposition. He stated that he entered the residence through an unlocked sliding glass door to conduct the welfare check, and he observed that the mobile home had been ransacked in complete disarray. He advised that he found 3 dead bodies inside the residence. According to Officer Rondos, Laura and Richard Avancic's bodies were wrapped up in area rugs, and Nicholas Avancic's body was wrapped up in a painter's drop cloth. Your affiant learned that the 3 bodies were taken to the Pinellas County Medical Examiner's Office for the purpose of having autopsies conducted. He learned that the Associate Medical Examiner, Dr. Susan Ignacio, conducted the autopsies on Laura Avancic, Richard Avancic, and Nicholas Avancic. Your affiant learned that Dr. Ignacio concluded the cause of death for each of the aforementioned victims was multiple blunt trauma. Furthermore, your affiant learned that Dr. Ignacio opined that the manner of death was homicide for each victim. Pursuant to the homicide investigation, your affiant learned that Laura Avancic owned a 2013 Kia Sorento, which was not located at the crime scene. Pursuant to the investigation, your affiant learned that Laura Avancic's vehicle was located in Lakewood, Ohio, at the residence of Shelby John Nealy. Pursuant to the investigation, your affiant initially learned that Shelby John Nealy is Jamie Avancic's boyfriend and that Jamie Avancic is Laura Avancic's daughter. On January 3rd, your affiant obtained an arrest warrant for the arrest of Shelby John Nealy from the Honorable Circuit Court Judge Nancy Lay for grand theft auto. Your affiant is aware that Tarpon Springs detectives Anderson and Scarpati traveled to Lakewood, Ohio, and arrived shortly after midnight on January 4th. According to detectives Anderson and Scarpati, Shelby John Nealy was in custody at the Lakewood Police Department pursuant to a misdemeanor warrant. Your affiant learned that the detectives Anderson and Scarpati interviewed Shelby John Nealy at the Lakewood Police Department on this date at approximately 1:30 a.m. According to detectives Anderson and Scarpati, Shelby John Nealy, post-Miranda, that meaning he'd been Mirandized, confessed to killing Richard, Laura, and Nicholas Avancic. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy stated that he initially killed his wife, Jamie Avancic, approximately 1 year ago in Pasco County. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy stated that he moved to Texas after killing Jamie Avancic and that he used Jamie Avancic's phone to maintain contact with Richard and Laura Avancic while pretending to be Jamie Avancic. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy further told detectives that Jamie's parents, Richard and Laura Avancic, were starting to get suspicious because they had not heard from their daughter's voice. Shelby John Nealy advised the detectives that he drove Jamie Avancic's vehicle to the mobile home park where Richard, Laura, and Nicholas Avancic resided in Tarpon Springs with the intent to kill all 3 victims. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy told detectives that he first killed Richard Avancic on December 15th, when the 2 of them were home alone. Accordingly, Shelby John Nealy told detectives that he struck Richard in the rear portion of the head with a hammer and that Richard Avancic fell to the floor. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy said he struck Richard Avancic multiple times in the head to make sure he received a quick death. According to detectives, your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy then said that he killed Laura Avancic once she returned to the mobile home. Sorry. Let's see. Once she returned to the mobile home. Accordingly, Shelby John Nealy admitted that he struck Laura Avancic in the rear portion of the head when they were in the kitchen using the same hammer. Your affiant also learned that Shelby John Nealy stated that he struck Laura Avancic in the head multiple times in an effort to make sure that she received a quick death. Your affiant learned that after Shelby John Nealy killed Richard and Laura Avancic, that he wrapped their bodies in area rugs and dragged them into their bedroom. Your affiant further learned that Shelby John advised that Nicholas Avancic returned to the mobile home in the early evening on December 15th, and that he struck him in the head with a hammer while he was sleeping on the couch sometime on December 16th. Your affiant was advised that Shelby John Nealy said he struck Nicholas Avancic multiple times in the head to make sure that he was dead. Shelby John Nealy told detectives that he covered Nicholas Ivancic's body with a painter's drop cloth. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy said that he took Laura's 2013 Kia Sorento to Ohio because the license tag was expired on Jamie Ivancic's vehicle. Your affiant learned that Shelby John Nealy intended to return to the Ivancic's mobile home residence to dispose of the bodies at a later point in time when he was stronger and could carry them. Based upon the foregoing information, I added that part, but it's true. Based upon the foregoing information, your affiant has probable cause to believe that Shelby John Nealy premeditated the murders of Laura Ivancic, Richard Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic. And there is a picture of the defendant with hair. With hair. And I think that is the last of that part. So I think that will fill up most of the break. Yes, this is all available over on the Gavel Drops. Thank you very much, Samantha and Amber, for making that available and helping us find it. Man, I lived 2 streets from Newman in Lakewood, Ohio when I was younger. Whoa! I had the Beatles song Maxwell's Silver Hammer stuck in my head after all this. He's a little dude. So, yes, it's true. The cops had no idea that his wife was dead when he confessed to the murder of his in-laws. He confessed about killing his wife. The home where he had killed his wife and buried her in the backyard after striking her with a hammer in a similar manner had been abandoned by him, and the homeowner had renovated it and had either re-rented it or sold it, and the new resident had no idea that there was in fact a murder victim buried in the backyard. But they were able to find her. All right. Deposition transcripts are also loaded on Discord. Those are spicy. Those are good. Do we have a podcast tonight with Thomas? Yes, we're planning on it. 8 o'clock. It's going to be a long day. We have this hearing, this sentencing hearing. Then we also have coming up in, well, how long is it coming up in? It says 86 minutes. We have the Bryan Kohberger hearing, which we're set to watch here, as well as over on Top Market Media will be a clean feed. And then the podcast tonight. There's a Discord. There is a Discord. It's not mine, but it is a close friend of mine, if that works. It's called As the Gavel Drops. If you type !Discord in chat, there it is right there. There's the link that will get you over to the Discord page, and you can find all the true crime documents your heart could desire over there. Documents, videos, schedules, calendars, dockets, you name it, all sorted by name and by court case. So it's fantastic. The Bryan Kohberger hearing is especially interesting to me because even though we know he's already pled guilty, a lot like this defendant has, and Bryan Kohberger is set to be sentenced on the 23rd next week, we don't know everything. Most of the juicy bits have been sealed. Most of the details of the case have been sealed. And we're waiting for that to be unsealed. We hope it does get unsealed, and we hope it happens today, because today is the day of the hearing that many of the major media outlets that are focused on this case, including CNN and I think the Associated Press and everybody else, have joined hands and joined together with one great media lawyer to file a motion asking the judge to open this, to release the gag order, lift the gag order, and allow access to this case. So there we go. All right, waiting for the judge, who's returned and is walking around his desk. Just sit down.
We got our routine.
All right, everyone's here, including Mr. Nealy. Are we ready for the jury?
Judge, I'm just waiting on all my evidence.
Okay.
And I can start before it's all ready, but I'll need to keep going back and forth.
All right. So,
This is the witness through whom the bulk of the photographs are coming in.
okay. And then, are you basically going to go in chronological order so they know what to do first?
Yes.
Okay.
They are already doing it in the order that I requested.
Okay, very good. All right, so let's bring the jury back in.
That is out. Yeah. Bryan, the one of the kids is out, right?
Yes, the kid's picture is out. There's a picture of just the kids being cute on the wall. That's out. That happened yesterday in a very spicy...
If you wanted to, I have no objection to just a mass introduction, whichever you want to do.
Oh, nice.
It's up to the state on that.
Sure. I mean, I'm still going to have to go through each piece to talk about what it is.
That's fine. Sure. Yeah.
Defense is stipulating to
That's fine.
easy admission of these photos.
For the record, I try very hard to get labels in advance.
Yeah, that is an issue sometimes. All right, so the jurors are on their way. Very good.
How was your time?
All right, members of the jury, I'm probably going to ask you this question every morning, but just to make sure. Has anyone heard anything or read anything from the media or anywhere else regarding this case except for what you've heard in the courtroom? Anyone? Okay, very good. State, please call your next witness.
State will call Rhonda Klein.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This way, please.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Mr. Sturkey, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Assistant Supervisor Rhonda Klein.
And Assistant Supervisor of what?
The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Forensic Sciences Division.
Now, what does the Forensic Sciences Division do?
We respond out to crime scenes to photograph, collect, and process evidence.
And do you work with Heather Temple?
I do.
So, in terms of Forensic Science Division, what sort of training or education did you have to do in order to become an assistant supervisor in the forensic science? I'm not going to get it all right.
I have a 2-year degree from St. Petersburg Junior College, and then when I got hired with the agency, I did an in-house FTO program, training program, and then we do continuing education training.
Okay. With forensic science specialists, Do you guys interview witnesses, carry guns, chase suspects, things of that nature?
We do not.
Okay, so your job is just go to the scenes, photograph, process, those types of things?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention back to January 1st of 2019 into January 2nd of 2019 and January 3rd and actually January 4th of 2019. On those dates, did you go to 1954 Juanita Way?
I did.
And is that in Tarpon Springs here in Pinellas County?
Yes.
And what was your role in the investigation there?
My role was to photograph the crime scene.
Okay. And did you assist in processing certain areas?
Yes, on day 2.
Okay. Let's talk about that further on. So day 1 is your sole focus to photograph the crime scene and everything as you found it?
Yes.
So then day 2, what was your focus?
I responded back out to the scene, and I was tasked with documenting blood inside the residence, and then assigned to do specific stuff in room E.
Okay. And room E, that would have been the living room just inside the front door?
Yes.
And you say document the blood evidence. Does that mean photographing it, using scales if necessary, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go over a lot of different photographs with you. Let's start with State's Exhibits 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Look at those for me. Let me know if you recognize those.
Yes.
Good, and this time, I'd like to move these items to evidence.
Any objection? They're admitted.
All right, I want to go through them with you. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. Can you see that there on the display?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of the residence?
It is.
And off to the side of the residence next to the van, what is that right there?
A large hole.
Okay, was there a mound of dirt just outside the hole?
Yes.
Now I'm going to display State's Exhibit 19. What are you documenting in this photograph?
Mid-range of the area of the hole in the yard.
Okay, I'm trying to give some perspective of where it is and how big it is.
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 20?
That's my up-close photograph of the same hole.
Okay, and the hole would be this area right here, and then a big pile of dirt outside of it?
Yes.
Okay. Were there also a couple of large rocks on the side of the hole?
Yes.
And jumping ahead, were there also large rocks of similar look on top of a tarp inside the residence?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to display State's Exhibit 21. You recognize this?
I do.
And what is this?
It's a picture of the window, and I'm showing there's insect activity on the inside.
Is that what all those little black dots are on the window?
Yes.
And obviously the picture is stationary. Were those actively moving around while you were there taking photographs?
I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 22. Getting all of it. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And what was this of?
It's a picture of the mailbox belonging to that residence.
So this would be the mailbox for 1954 Juanita Way?
Yes.
Okay. Was it full?
Yes.
A lot of mail in it?
Yes.
And was that mail collected by someone so that someone with the law enforcement team could go through it?
I believe so. I wasn't part of that.
Okay. I'd like you to look at State's Exhibit 23 through, I'll give you 20, through 27. Look at those for me. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Judge, this time I would like to move State's Exhibits 23 through 27 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
I'd like to go over these with you. State's Exhibit 23. And what are you photographing in this photograph?
The yard tools leaning against the residence.
And what were the yard tools there?
I believe it was a rake and a shovel, maybe?
Okay.
I have to see a closer picture.
Sure, so let's look at State's Exhibit 24. What is that a photograph of?
A rake and a shovel.
Is that same rake and shovel?
It is.
So did you notice anything about the rake and the shovel?
It appears it has the same color dirt that is next to the hole in the front yard.
Okay. And where they are there, just leaning against the wall next to that van, is that the location that you found them in?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 25. What are we looking at? What is State's Exhibit 25 photograph of?
Still the screened-in area on the west side of the carport area.
Okay. And this screened-in area, so it was essentially open air, but with a screen?
Yes.
Okay. And back here, there was like a box of trash?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 26. Were we able to see that same box of trash?
Yes.
And just beyond that box of trash, is there a door? Is that the door that leads to the shed?
Yes.
Or tools and things in the shed?
Yes.
And on the right side of this photograph, is that the front door?
It is.
And there are steps that lead up to the front door?
Yes.
Tons of leading, no objections.
Now, did you or any of the other law enforcement officers that were present when you were, did you guys utilize the front door to come and go from the residence?
I did not.
Okay. The door you guys were using, is that, you have to go through the screen door into the next room where there's a sliding glass door?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 27. When you go through that screen door we just looked through, is this like a patio area?
It is.
Now, was this closed off to the air, or was it also screened, or do you remember?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And there in the corner, was there broken glass, like a broken bottle, just trash?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibits 28 to 47. You look at those for me.
The defense allowing all these pictures to come in one big batch saves us hours of time.
You recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would like to move into evidence States Exhibits 28 through 47.
No objection. Third vetted.
All right, I'm going to display States Exhibits 28. What are we looking at here?
It's a picture of the room as you enter in just through the sliding glass doors.
So this, you would have been standing just inside the sliding glass door, taking a photograph of the interior of the house when you took this photograph?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a couple different things. Was this like a knocked over Christmas tree?
Yes.
A small one. And there was trash on the floor leading into the kitchen?
Yes.
And this couch here, can you describe for me what's right behind this couch?
It's like an open area where if the couch wasn't in front of it, you can get from that room into the living room.
So like a doorway with no door?
Yes.
But was the couch blocking that doorway?
Yes.
And the couch itself, were there a lot of areas of interest that you would later go on to document?
Yes.
Okay, we will come back to that later. States Exhibit 29. Is that moving inside the house a little bit? A closer photograph of that knocked over small Christmas tree?
Yes.
And in this photograph, you can also see the kitchen table.
Yes.
And like an island back here in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Showing States Exhibit 30. Now this particular photograph, is this on that would be the left side once you walk into the sliding glass door, just past that piece of furniture on the left, like a curio cabinet or something? I don't even know what that thing's called. A cabinet with glass doors and drawers?
Yes.
Okay. And there's like a pedestal here with a wicker basket?
Yes.
And a small potted plant that looks like a small palm tree of some sort?
Yes.
There's also like an exercise bike right here?
Yes.
Blue wall and like a patterned curtain? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'm showing States Exhibit 31. What were you documenting with this photograph of States Exhibit 31?
The discoloration on the couch.
Okay. And what did you observe on the couch?
Multiple areas of spatter.
And was that, if you're facing the couch, was that primarily concentrated on to the left of the couch?
Yes.
Did you do any kind of processing with any of these areas?
I know I photographed it. I don't know if I did the collection of the stuff or not.
Did you do any presumptive tests for blood?
Phenolphthalein was done at this scene.
Okay. Okay, can you explain to us what that is?
It's a three-step process we use. The first step's alcohol, the second step's reduced phenol, and the third step's hydrogen peroxide. So when the possible blood is on our swab, once we run the 3 steps, once the hydrogen peroxide hits that swab, it's making the reduced phenolphthalein happy again, and it turns it pink instantly.
I love happy phenolphthalein.
We test all our swabs to say if it's, we say possible blood because it still has to get sent to the lab and get officially tested.
In these areas, test presumptive positive?
Yes.
Phenolphthalein is fun for science experiments as well.
All right, State's Exhibit 32. What were you photographing in State's Exhibit 32?
Additional photographs on the same side of the couch to be on the arm area, and you can see where the stuff ran down the couch.
And ran down the couch, you're talking in this area here?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 33. Can you explain to us what you're documenting in this photograph?
The same area of the couch, but we have a tape measure in it to show the size of that part of the couch.
All right, and was there a bunch of blood spatter on the couch?
Yes.
Now, on the wall behind this couch, did you see any substantial blood spatter?
No.
All right, and a little bit on the right side of this photograph. Is that one of the forensic technician's arms helping to hold the ruler?
Yes.
Just beyond that, is that the opening that you were describing for us?
That is.
You know, what is directly behind the couch in that opening right here?
A curio cabinet.
Okay. So that was actually called a curio cabinet. Okay.
Yes.
State's Exhibit, I'm displaying State's Exhibit 34. Can you describe for us what State's Exhibit 44 documents?
That is the top portion of the cushion of the couch, I think. Do you have a picture before that one?
Is that the top of the arm of the couch?
Yes.
So basically, you've seen the arm of the couch in some of those other photographs, but this is looking at the arm straight down?
Yeah, like a 90 degree.
Okay. And was there an area of saturation here?
Yes.
And in addition to that, bunch of spatter?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 35. I'm displaying. You can tell us what are you documenting in State's Exhibit 35?
The area at the base of the couch.
Okay. And was there an area of saturation and like something had dripped down?
Yes.
And this area, when you guys took swabs, did this field test positive for blood?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 36. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
That's another angle of the cushion at the top to show more of the top area.
So like the very behind this cushion would be the wall behind the couch?
Correct.
And is this the opening into the living room that the couch is blocking?
Yes.
All right. And did you observe a bunch of that spatter on this cushion?
Yes.
And once again, the wall directly behind this couch, was it relatively free of any blood spatter?
Yes.
Certainly not the amount of blood spatter that you saw on the couch?
Correct.
States Exhibit 37, displaying. Can you explain to us what you're documenting here?
Areas of closer up of different blood spatter areas. We lay scales at it and we take pictures of it.
Yeah, so these little items, these three things I'm pointing out right here. What are those? Were those there when you got there?
No.
What are they?
It's the scales that we use in our division when we document this stuff.
Or are them as sticker scales?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of placing sticker scales?
To take additional photographs to show the size of the stain.
And areas from that spatter pattern, are those also presumptive tested like you indicated before?
Yes.
And what did they indicate?
Positive for possible blood.
Zoom out a ways. This is States Exhibit 38. Is this documenting the area right above that couch?
Yes.
And is this that entryway into the living room that you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
It just so happens you can see some rulers that I'm sure that you placed in the other room, but we'll get there later.
Correct.
Okay. And is this that curio cabinet that you're referring to?
Yes.
And we'll talk about this a little later too, but there's like a bowl and a cup on top of that curio cabinet?
Yes.
And on this particular photograph, the wall area above the couch, was it more or less completely clean other than one particular item of interest?
Yes.
And did you place that sticker scale there in order to document that?
Yes.
Showing States Exhibit 39. And is this a close-up of that sticker scale that we just saw in States Exhibit 38?
Yes.
So like one lone stain?
Correct.
Now, as part of the investigation, did you or other people with you move that couch away from the wall?
Yes.
And is this what you observed?
Yes.
And again, there's that entryway and the curio cabinet.
Yes.
Even if the couch is removed, was that curio cabinet also blocking that entryway?
Yes.
And was there a bunch of trash there on the floor?
Yes.
All right, and I want to focus your attention on this electrical outlet, and it's hard to see on the big screen, but a little area right around there. States Exhibit 41, which I'm now displaying. Did you take a close-up of that outlet and the area, the little stain near it?
Yes.
Okay, and was the couch blocking that stain?
Yes.
And was that area tested and test positive for blood as well?
Yes.
States Exhibit 42. Is that a close-up with a measuring device of that scene?
Yes.
And that particular measuring device is in inches and centimeters?
Yes.
Or millimeters? All right, State's Exhibit 43. Tell us what this was documenting.
It's like a curio cabinet / desk area on the opposite side of the couch.
Okay, so this arm that we see on the bottom left corner of the photograph, is that the same couch we were looking at in the earlier photographs, just now we're on the other side of it?
Yes.
Okay. Now this curio cabinet, did it have precious moments figurines in the top two shelves?
Yes.
And then the bottom shelves, were they empty other than one particular bowl?
Yes.
Now, while you were documenting the scene, did you observe anything on the glass door of that particular curio cabinet?
Yes.
And zooming in of an area that equates to kind of the top shelf, is that one of the things that you observed?
Yes.
Displaying State's Exhibit 44. And so what you're documenting is on the glass of that cabinet?
Yes.
And we can see the figurines beyond the glass?
Correct.
And I guess the shelf right below that, did you also observe some spatter that you were documenting in State 45?
Yes.
That's kind of tough to see on this screen.
Yeah.
Is the area you're documenting right there?
Yes.
On the other piece of furniture, next to the curio cabinet, I'm not even trying to guess what that is called. Did you document any areas on that piece of furniture as well?
Yes.
All right, and State's Exhibit 46. Is this a close-up of one of the areas of interest that you documented?
Yes.
And you know some spatter right there that you have the ruler next to?
Yes.
In kind of the center of the photograph?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 47. Is that the same piece of furniture we were just talking about, but now you're documenting some spatter on the side?
Yes.
All right, I would like to turn your attention to State's Exhibits 48 through 95. Let me just run through those really quick. You recognize those photographs?
I do.
Judge, at this time, the city would like to move State's Exhibits 48 through 95 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
I'm going to explain State's Exhibit 48. Can you tell us, actually I'm going to grab State's Exhibit 16. You recognize this?
Yes.
You know different areas is depicting?
Yes.
If I can you show us what area the photograph I'm displaying is of, from where it's being taken?
So I'm standing right here on the edge of the kitchen, photographing into this room right here.
And there's a chair right there in the foreground. Was that chair just there in the kitchen when you guys got there?
Yes.
And what was here on the floor?
It was a tarp.
Okay. And were all these little folds in the tarp as if it had been unfolded or had previously been folded and now obviously it's unfolded?
Yes.
And were there rocks on the some of the edges of the tarp?
Yes.
And that was State's Exhibit 48. Now displaying State's Exhibit 49. Is this that same tarp? And you can see one of the same rocks and an additional rock?
Yes.
Beyond the additional rock, is that the hallway that leads to the bedrooms where the bodies were found?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 50. So once again, are we able to see that that hallway, the tarp, and the rocks?
Yes.
And is this the front door of the residence on the right side of the photograph?
Yes.
And is there a couch inside the front door that has similar coloring, similar style as the one that we were looking at in the other room?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 51. Different areas I want to ask you about here. So, in general, on the walls, was there spatter that was of interest to you?
Yes.
We'll talk about that a little bit later, but what was going on with these white spots here on the walls?
It appeared that there was a paint over possible spatter.
Okay. And some McDonald's bags in the area?
Yes.
They're just in the photographs, to the right of the front door?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the photograph, what was this right here?
It's packaging.
Okay. For like a rope?
Yes.
Now, this particular item, this package, did you later do further processing of that item?
I have to see my follow-up supplement.
Okay. Do you need to check your
Yes.
Your report?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection?
I did.
Okay. So in the package and the rope, were these collected as evidence?
Yes.
And what kind of further processing did you do on that particular, the packaging, the bag?
Fingerprints.
Okay, and how did you go about doing that?
With a super glue process called cyanoacrylate fuming, and we follow that process with either black powder or a chemical called M-Star.
Okay, and what is the reason that you use those processing agents?
To get any ridge detail on the item.
Okay, and did you get some possible ridge detail on this particular item?
Yes.
And once you do that, what do you do with the ridge detail? How do you keep that, collect it?
So if it's an M-Star print, that's a dye stain print, we take a photograph of it and our photographs become our lift and it gets submitted to our APHIS division. If it's a black powder print, we lift it off with tape, put it on a card, and that goes to APHIS.
Okay. And did you follow that process with the print that you were able to lift from this particular bag?
Yes.
And when did you submit that print to your APHIS division labeled as rope bag or room E?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm displaying State's Exhibit 52. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 52?
It's an additional picture of the same room that we were in, the living room area.
So would the front door be just to the left of this photograph?
Yes.
And again, you can see McDonald's bags. Was there an orange glove on the ground, on the floor?
Yes.
Glove everything. Is there another orange glove of some kind over here on the this little table on the right side of this photograph?
Yes.
And some
Welcome,
kids'
Carolyn.
toys over here on the right side of this photograph?
Yes.
Now, on the far right side of this photograph, would that be where that opening was that was blocked by the couch and the curio cabinet that we referenced earlier?
Correct.
Okay.
I have heard the defendant possibly is medicated, which could
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 50.
be justification for a flat affect we see.
Are we able to see the curio cabinet and the couch is blocking the entryway in that living room into the what might be a dining room area?
Yes.
Okay. And here on the right side of the photograph, is that a TV on some sort of cabinet or piece of furniture?
Yes.
Dresser? State's Exhibit 54. What are you documenting in this photograph?
A picture of the couch in the same room.
Okay, and is this couch along the wall, the same wall that the front door is on?
Yes.
So the front door would be to the left of this photograph?
Yes.
And was there a big pink hippo stuffed animal on that couch when you guys got there?
Yes.
And like a shopping bag, looks like from Walmart?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention on that same exhibit. Is there an area on that brown couch that was discolored and white?
Yes.
And did you take a closer photograph of that particular area of discoloration?
I did.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 55. State's Exhibit 55, a close-up of that discoloration.
Yes.
So the wall and the windows this couch is against, would that be towards the top of this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just above this couch on the ceiling, which is the photographs later, but was there like areas of spatter that looked like perhaps they had been painted over with white spray paint?
Yes.
And was this mark consistent with if some of that spray paint had dripped and ended up on the couch?
Could be.
Page Exhibit 56. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
The floor just in front of the couch.
So this is not the couch against the same wall as the front door. This is the couch against the other wall that is closer to the hallway?
Correct.
So on the upper left side of this photograph, if you were to go this way, would it be the hallway that leads to the bedrooms?
Yes.
All right, and what were these items here that I'm pointing out?
Tarp. One was a tarp package and one had a tarp inside a package.
So the one in the bottom right corner, was that an unopened tarp?
Yes.
And the one kind of in the center of the photograph, was that the remnants of the packaging for a tarp?
Yes.
Did this tarp in the unopened package look consistent with the tarp that was lying on the floor a few feet away from this area?
Yes.
Displaying States Exhibit 57. Can you see the areas of white spray paint on the wall there?
Yes.
And is on the left side of this photograph is the front door?
Yes.
And you put a ruler there to help document the measurements?
Correct.
Now, by this point, had you started to remove things so that you could get to other items and more properly document other items?
Correct.
And there are some drink cans here. Were those cans of Bang, empty cans of Bang energy drink?
Yes.
Is it Bang or Dan?
And did you process those items later?
Yes.
And in particular, did you process one of them and get a possible fingerprint from it?
Yes.
Did you utilize the same type of processing methods that you already described for us?
I did.
And once you got that lift, did you submit it to your APIS section like you described for us in the last lift?
Yes.
And did you submit that lift as Bang can from table south wall room E?
Yes.
But would this be the south wall?
Yes.
All right, I'm displaying States Exhibit 58. And here on the left side of this photograph, is this the corner of the front door?
It is.
And there were some decorations to the side of that door towards the right if you're looking at it from the inside?
Correct.
And what did you notice about those items?
They had possible blood on them.
Did you observe spatter on that area of the wall? Here, here. Up here, those areas?
Yes.
And also you indicated on the Nana mug right there?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 59. On the left side of this photograph, is that the front door, like the door frame for the front door?
Yes.
Were you documenting blood spatter in that area?
Yes.
And with this ruler, so we know that would be 5 feet, 4 feet 11 inches from the ground?
Correct.
Or between 4 feet 7 inches and 4 feet 11 inches?
Yes.
And is this a photograph of the white spray paint on the wall?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 60 that I'm displaying. So State's Exhibit 61. A close-up of that. Is this a close-up of that white spray paint on the wall?
Yes.
We're trying to document what appeared to be some spatter that it was covering up.
Yes.
To hear this area over here,
Yes.
and these areas here.
Yes.
So despite the white spray paint, were you still able to observe what appeared to be spatter?
Yes.
I'm showing State's Exhibit 62. Could you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph as I zoom out? This is top of one of those pieces of furniture?
Yes.
Remote control?
Yes.
Were you trying to document some of the spatter on that item as well?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 63. We call this the brown couch as opposed to the two tan couches. So this is the brown couch. It would have been to the right of the front door here, inside facing the front door.
Correct.
And did you observe areas of spatter towards the bottom of this item?
Yes.
Can you place sticker scales there to document those?
Yes.
Now, we were initially looking at that brown couch. Were there items on top of it, like blankets or towels or something?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the processing, did you remove those items?
Yes, we did.
And did you observe some discoloration consistent with blood?
Yes.
Was that tested with the presumptive test that you described earlier?
Yes, it was.
Did it test positive for blood?
Yes, it did.
And this would be the arm of that couch that is close to the front door?
Yes.
There's blood everywhere in these rooms.
And at some point, you guys remove that brown couch so you can document the things behind it?
Yes.
And were there areas near the top corner where the ceiling goes of white spray paint?
Yes.
Bryan Kohberger starts in 30 minutes. We're going to pause this and go live with that when it
And
starts.
so this would have been the window behind that brown couch that we were just looking at in States 64?
Correct.
The hearing also is live over on the Top Mark Media channel without commentary. It's a clean feed. Might open up a wealth of documents to us.
Are you able to see one of those Nana and Papa mugs in this photograph to give us orientation to where it is?
Yes.
And is this the upper corner of the window that we were just looking at?
It is.
Are we able to see spatter on this pink wall?
Yes.
And is that what you're documenting with this photograph?
Yes.
Spatter in this area. Over here, there's a little bit of a glare. And over here in these areas?
Correct.
And, over here in this area?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 67. Top of that window, did you also observe spatter?
Yes.
And is that what you're documenting here?
Yes.
Put a sticker scale in order to document the size of one of those areas?
Correct.
So yeah, so all of these little discolorations on the wall that appear consistent with blood spatter?
Yes.
They didn't appear to be any of them part of the natural color of that wall?
No.
State's Exhibit 68. This is a photograph of the 3 windows that brown couch was against after the brown couch has been removed.
Yes.
And you put sticker scales in various areas to document some areas of interest with possible blood spatter.
Yes.
In particular, I want to draw your attention, was there one on the pines themselves?
Yes.
And you place that sticker scale there to document it?
Yes.
Did you take a closer photograph of that sticker scale?
I did.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 69. Is that the closer photograph of that particular line and sticker scale with the blood spatter?
Yes.
All right, and showing you State's Exhibit 70. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 70?
The ceiling just above the couch.
The brown couch?
The brown couch.
So this would be the front door over here?
Yes.
This the Nana and Papa decorations?
Yes.
Yeah, there you like a delay, so. I'm going to zoom in. Did there appear to be a lot of discoloration on the ceiling?
Yes.
Did there appear to be white spray paint over top of it?
Yes.
And in the photograph, are you able to see a little bit the different shades of white?
Yes.
Now, when you were on scene, were you able to visually see the different shades of white?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 71. Is this that same ceiling above the brown couch?
Yes, it is.
Are you able to see an area, a particular area of white spray paint that looks like it drips down some?
Yes.
And you're documenting all these different areas of discoloration?
Correct.
This is blood all over the
Were
ceiling.
you able to test any of these for the presumptive test for blood?
Yes.
And did it come back positive?
Yes.
I believe he confessed to hitting them 7 or 8 times each.
State's Exhibit 72. Is this a close-up of one of those areas on the ceiling?
It is.
Now, on a couple of the areas that seem like it might not be covered over with white spray paint, did you write that the letter E for the room, because that was room E that you labeled it, and then a number to indicate what spot that was?
Yes. Because our scales want to stick to a popcorn ceiling.
Okay. Not ideal what you may do?
Yes.
This is blood thrown from the hammer as it swung.
E15. Is this a little bit further away view of E15?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 73. And again, you can see all those areas of discoloration on the ceiling.
Yes.
And did you use the rule to show how far away it was from the wall?
Yes.
And that would be the wall. This would be the wall that would have been behind that couch.
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 74. Towards the right side of the photograph, is that the front door?
It's a pretty door.
So are we trying to document the area that would be behind the front door if the door was open?
Correct.
And was there an area that was a clear, like, white splotch of possibly spray paint there?
Yes.
Now, when you put these rulers there, is that to divide up the wall into different quadrants so that you can then document it?
Yes.
Stage 74. I'm now going to show stage 75. Stage 75, a photograph of the bottom right quadrant of the photo we just saw in stage 74.
Yes.
I'm trying to document the different areas of blood spatter there.
Yes.
And so all these, again, the display is washed out a little bit, but all these little dark marks on that white wall, or light colored wall, that they appear to be blood spatter?
Correct.
Not just like dirt or natural part of the wall?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 76. Here you're documenting a couple of particular areas of blood spatter with those sticker scales.
Yes.
And it's a little bit more of the top portion of that quadrant that we were just looking at in stage 75.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 77. Is this the top right of the quadrant, the top right quadrant of the area that we were looking at behind that would be behind the door if it was open?
Yes.
And you see that that white spray paint there?
Correct.
And does there appear to be some spatter underneath spray paint?
Yes.
Like these dark areas here?
Yes.
Turning your attention to stage 78, is this the top portion of that top right quadrant? Zoom that all this. So the ceiling would be at the very top of this photograph.
Yes.
And again, are you documenting a dark area that has been spray painted over white? A dark blood spatter that has been spray painted over white?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn your attention to a slightly different area of that room. And I'm showing you Stage Exhibit 79.
Bryan Kohberger starts in
So
20
on
minutes.
the right side of Stage Exhibit 79, is that the entryway into the kitchen?
It is.
And that chair, is that a chair that we were looking at earlier that's kind of just out in the middle of that entryway of the kitchen?
Yes.
So where you're standing taking this photograph, is that approximately where the tarp would have been laid down?
Yes.
Okay, and this small wall here, did you observe any spatter on this wall?
Yes.
So that was Stage 79. I'm going to show you Stage Exhibit 80. Is this a close-up of the bottom portion of that wall we were just looking at in Stage 79?
It is.
Ooh.
And all those little dark spots, is that spatter that you're trying to document?
Yes.
This is close by to where I think he killed the dad. Thought he was dead initially, and then saw that he wasn't, and went back and finished the job.
Stage 81. Is that the same wall and that same electrical outlet that we just saw in state 80, but just a little bit higher?
Yes.
And on this one, you have the ruler in there. Are you documenting some blood spatter to the, I guess it would be to the left of that electrical outlet?
Yes.
In all these different areas were representative samples taken and tested, presumptive tested for blood.
Correct.
And did they come back as positive presumptive for blood? All right, states 82. Again, do we see the entryway to the kitchen on the right side of this photograph?
Yes.
So this would be the area of the wall above the electrical outlet we saw in the previous photographs?
Yes.
And are you documenting the blood spatter in this area?
Yes.
States 83. Is that a close-up of that blood spatter?
Yes.
All right, again, shifting areas. States Exhibit 84. Can you tell us what area of the room you are photographing now? States 84.
In front of the dresser that the TV's sitting on in room E, the area of the toys and tables.
Okay, so there would be a television on the piece of furniture on the right side of this photograph?
Yes.
And do we see the couch from room B through the entryway in the top left-ish of this photograph?
Yes.
And a curio cabinet with a bunch of precious moments figurines?
Correct.
Not a sponsor.
Now I want to focus your attention on this piece of furniture right here. Did you do any further documentation with that piece of furniture?
Yes.
Call it like a small end table?
Yes.
So stage exhibit 85.
Precious Moment says we don't want any part of this.
Is that a close-up of that end table?
It is.
Did you observe some spatter on that end table that you're documenting there with the ruler?
Yes.
And then states 86, is that the bottom shelf of that same piece of furniture? Again, I'm going to call it an end table.
Yes.
Did you see spatter down there as well?
I did.
We saw like a table kind of lying there in that room. Did you take a photograph? Well, states 87. You take a photograph of the top of that table that's kind of there, it's overturned.
I did.
Did you observe spatter on top of that?
Yes.
And states 88. Is that the trying to document the spatter on the other side of that, of the top of that table?
Yes.
I'm calling it a table. It could be a bench, maybe too.
Yeah.
Small piece of furniture. All right, and states 89. The leg of that table or bench piece of furniture, are we documenting the red stain that appeared to be consistent with blood on that piece of furniture as well?
Yes.
States Exhibit 90. To orient ourselves on the left side of this photograph, is that the entryway that would take you to room B where that other couch is?
Yes.
If the couch was blocking it, you'd be able to pass through?
Correct.
And did you see spatter on this wall?
Yes.
And was some of the spatter painted over with white spray paint?
Yes.
And states 91. Is this a close-up of the bottom portion of that photograph we just saw in states 90?
Yes.
Where you can observe some of the spatter?
Yes.
I'm going to say there was a lot of spatter in room E, the living room.
Yes.
All right, and the far right side of this photograph, you see those white lines that appear to be drips from like white spray paint?
Yes.
All right, with that in mind, we're going to turn your attention to stage 92. Is that the area of white spray paint? If you proceed up from the last photograph that you see?
Correct.
And did it appear to be painting over an area of spatter?
Yes.
And is there like a corner here? It's kind of hard to tell with this orientation. So I'm going to turn your attention to states 93. Is there like a corner there where the two walls meet and there's two splotches of white spray paint on the wall?
Yes, there is.
And again, were there some areas there of spatter which would be almost behind the television?
Correct.
And again, the white spray paint does appear to be covering some areas of spatter?
Yes.
And this cabinet, dresser that this TV is on top of, did you take more photographs of that item?
I did.
So then, States Exhibit 94. Is this a close-up of an area of spatter on that dresser where the TV was?
Yes.
We're going to carry
this particular area that you were documenting.
We're going to carry
Yes.
the BK trial or the BK hearing here on this channel. Just to cut to it live. We're actually
States
ready to
95.
go over there as soon as it goes live.
Did you take photographs of that TV?
It'll also be
I
carried
did.
without commentary on our
Was
top
the TV
market media
difficult to
channel.
document?
Over here.
Yes.
How so?
Because there's a glare on the television.
To try and get an angle that distinguished the spatter on the television from the screen itself.
Correct.
And so these areas that kind of appear white in this photograph, is that because of the way you took the photograph, but while you were standing there, would they appear to be a different color?
Yes.
And what color did they appear as you were standing there?
Like brownish red.
All right, so there's a couple of things in a particular area that I want to go back to.
We're basically going to pause this right about lunchtime here. We won't miss any of this. We'll come back and catch the rest of it once the BK hearing is over.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 53. Now, along with all the documentation that we've been seeing that you did, the photographs you took, did you also process some of these areas for fingerprints?
I did.
Now, in particular, was there a glass cup on top of this curio cabinet?
Yes.
Did you process that for fingerprints?
I did.
Are we able to get multiple fingerprint lists from that glass cup?
Yes.
And did you use that process that we talked about and submit the list that you got, fingerprint list, to APHIS, your fingerprint section?
I did.
And did you label two prints that you got from this glass cup as clear glass drinking cup on top of curio cabinet room E,
Yes.
Okay. And was there a figurine on top of this curio cabinet?
Yes.
Did you take fingerprints to the right of this figurine on the top of that curio cabinet?
Correct.
And were you able to get a lift from there as well?
Yes.
You submit that to APHIS?
I did.
And did you label that one top of curio cabinet R for right of figurine?
Yes.
Room E?
Correct.
Okay. And did you process the glass of that curio cabinet?
I did.
And you process an area that you call the middle glass panel of the curio cabinet in room E?
Yes.
Were you able to get a fingerprint lift from there?
Yes.
And you submit that to APHIS as well, calling it the middle glass panel of curio cabinet in room E?
Yes.
Now, is there an area that you labeled west wall, south side, doorway, room E?
Yes.
Where would that be in this photograph?
On the left side of the curio cabinet.
Over here?
Yes.
So west wall, south side, doorway, room E. Is that this thin area here, or is that the wall next to it?
The wall next to it.
Okay. Now, you were able to lift a fingerprint from this wall next to it?
Photographed it.
Okay. Then tell us what you mean by that.
So since a wall is a textured area, even though we can see ridge detail on it when we process it, it may not lift properly once we apply our tape to it. It may break the print up. So we take a picture of it, and that becomes our evidence if the lift doesn't lift properly.
Okay. So that photograph, did you submit that to APHIS as well for further comparison?
I did.
And you call it west wall, south side, doorway, room E?
Yes.
And was there another area, west wall, interior doorway, south side, room E, that you took a lift from?
Yes.
And where would that be in this photograph?
On the interior side of that wall, so as if I'm standing in the doorway of it, directly if I would reach over and touch right there in that little space that's that big.
So this thin area right here behind the curio cabinet?
Yes.
Were you able to get a lift or a photograph of a possible print from that area as well?
Yes.
And did you submit that to APHIS and call it west wall, interior doorway, south side, room E?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about a different room. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 96 through 103. Look at those for me. You recognize those?
We're going to be breaking in about 6 minutes to jump over to the Bryan Kohberger case where court is about to begin over there. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you. We're going to jump to that case, pause this, come back, and pick up where we left off.
State would like to move these items into evidence, State Exhibits 90, 97, or I'm sorry, 96 through 103.
No objection. Third minute.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 96. Tell us what we're looking at in this photograph.
The hallway of the residence.
Okay. And in the center of the photograph, if you go straight down the hall, is this the door that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a thermostat here on the wall?
Yes.
And did you take a photograph of that thermostat?
I did.
So we can see what the temperature was?
97. I can't see that, can you?
Set
is
to
this a photograph of that thermostat?
It is.
And could you see what the thermostat was set at when you got there?
It was set at 50 degrees.
50 degrees. Is that very comfortable? Have you ever set your thermostat to 50 degrees?
I have not.
Objection relevance. Was trying to keep it a refrigerator. to reduce the decomposition and
Showing
smell.
Stage Exhibit 98. Is this a photograph of the first bedroom on the right? You go down the hallway?
Yes.
And this was a bedroom that did not have a body in it?
Correct.
And in this bedroom, was there a white and pink blanket on the floor?
Yes, there was.
That's kind of seen in the center of this photograph?
Yes.
Stage Exhibit 99. Is this a photograph of the doorway of the next bedroom down? So it'd be the second door on the right of that hallway?
Yes.
And here, are you documenting that puddle of fluid?
I am.
So, and beyond that, is that a body covered up by a tarp and into the bedroom with a bed?
Yes.
All right. And did you go into that bedroom and observe what was in there and document that?
I did.
I'm going to show you Stage Exhibit 100. Is this a photograph of the bed and the wall behind the bed in that bedroom with that one body?
Yes.
Was there like a bottle of a bleach bottle there on the bed?
Yes, there was.
Wow. Pine Sol on the bed?
Yes.
Some sort of tar or something?
Yes.
And just a bunch of trash?
Correct.
And on the wall behind it, was there a bunch of paint or some other type of discoloration on the wall?
Yes.
Definitely some egg?
Yes.
Eggs as well.
States 101. Again, this is documenting that bed, the wall behind the bed, and the floor next to the bed that did not have where the body was not?
Yes.
And on the floor next to the bed, on the other side where the body wasn't, is there a whole bunch of trash there as well?
Yes.
And just for reference, is the body over here at the foot of the bed?
It is.
Okay, we're 2 minutes away from Kohberger's hearing. We're going to pause this one in just a second.
Stage
Jump to
Exhibit
that.
102. Is this standing in the doorway of that same bedroom, taking a photograph kind of above the body?
Yes.
So right down here at the bottom is the tarp that would be covering the very end of the body?
Yes.
And right here on this dresser, was this like one of those little white things that you buy that has a scented thing that shoots out?
Yes.
I don't know what that's called.
Air freshener?
Air freshener, sure. I'll go with that. That was like a little air freshener there?
Yes.
Was it helping?
No, we had to wear masks.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I asked you that. When you were in the residence, could you detect an odor?
Yeah, it was very strong. It was overwhelming. So we wore our chemical masks the whole entire time, this whole crime scene, because you could not be in there without it on.
All right, we're going to pause right there because we're about to go to Bryan Kohberger's hearing. We're not going to miss anything in this trial. We'll continue to follow that, and we'll jump back to it. But here in Idaho, in the BK4 killing, if you guys recall, Bryan Kohberger surprised everybody and took a plea deal earlier this month. And that plea deal will spare him the death penalty, but it also will, let's see if I can get this. Actually, I want, let me see if I can do 8. Well, that would be better. There we go. That's a better view. It'll spare him the death penalty, but it will also mean there's no trial. In that case, the judge has sealed a lot of the evidence and has issued a gag order from very early on. Judge issued the gag order very early on, and it was perpetuated through the newer judge. And that's kept everybody from talking to the media. And it's kept the family from knowing a lot of the information about the case. And now one of the arguments that people are making in support of the lifting of the gag order in the Bryan Kohberger case is that the family should be able to know all the details of this investigation before they give their victim impact statements at his sentencing on the 23rd. Yes, Bryan Kohberger is going to be in orange today. He's no longer allowed to wear civilian clothes because he is convicted. It is a done deal. He owned up to it. Well, I would say he admitted to it. He didn't own up. I think there's still a lot of questions that he has not shared or told. He might do a book. I don't know. But gag order must be lifted now. The prosecution initially supported the gag order, saying we'd like to have the time to prepare our thoughts without the media hounding us, right? And I can see that argument. We'd like to be able to think things over, to focus on our argument for the, or focus on the families and the victims, and moving forward with just this last part of the case before the media just beats down our door asking questions. But since then, it's by my understanding that the prosecution said, we're okay with it. We're okay with lifting this gag order. Only the defense wants it continued. It won't have an impact on his actual sentence. It won't have an impact on his trial. There's no risk of poisoning a jury. There will be no jury. At this point, the plea deal has been accepted, cannot be appealed. It's done. It's done. And there's no jury to be tainted by any of this information. It won't affect the outcome. He will serve life in prison without parole. That is the only available punishment to him, and I don't see any other outcome here. BK can still mess things up if the gag order is lifted. I doubt it. I don't see how he could. I'm curious, Jackie, how you see that could go wrong. Got the deal of a lifetime. He got life as his deal. That was the whole purpose of the defense, was to spare him the death penalty. Looking back, if we watched all these hearings together, but looking back at his lawyer constantly told the judge, at one point specifically said, every member of this defense team is certain of Bryan Kohberger's factual innocence, meaning he is innocent of these crimes. Not just that the state can't prove it, but he is innocent. Apparently she was more surprised than the rest of us when he came out and pled guilty. So today's hearing is one that was asked for by the media. And you're like, wait, how does that work? Don't you need to have standing? Yes, they do. They have standing because the media wants access to the papers. They want access to both sides, prosecution and defense. They think that there is a public interest in this case, that there should be transparency, and there's no legitimate reason to conceal it from the public. So they have joined together as something that media often does in this type of situation, and we'll hear lawyers for the media. These are media lawyers arguing for the releasing of the gag order, or the lifting of the gag order, and unsealing of documents, hopefully. So does that mean we have... Yes, we have standing. But the defense is protesting. They are. Let's see. He did not want to be judged by a jury of his peers, and they gave him his way. Well, Loves Bunny Hop, the way that actually we have to look at it, you have to look at it in the reverse. Him being judged by a jury of his peers is not a punishment that he deserves. It's he has the right to be judged by the jury of his peers if he wants, instead of by a judge. And he decided he didn't want to exercise that right. That is his choice. That's the choice of any defendant, is to be judged by a jury of their peers. Let's see. Is it true he'll be going to the worst prison? I've heard it's not Martha Stewart's prison. I'll tell you that much. came to watch for a bit. Josh, welcome. Our thoughts are with you, my friend, as you've got a tough anniversary coming up here later in the month. Thanks for being here, and hope you do get some good time with your family. Let's see. Why would the defense protest? He did it. He confessed. Moot point now. Barb, they've been dragging their feet on everything. They've said we want things out in the open, especially things that they think the prosecution has done wrong, but then everything's filed under seal. It won't be fun wherever he goes. I agree. It hasn't been confirmed which prison Idaho can transfer, but they do quite often. Peter Tragos has an interesting take on why the defense is protesting. I have not heard it yet. I'd love to hear what he says. Pantoufle, my feeling on the plea deal is that I'm not the kids' families, and they get to feel however they need. Grief, especially dying that way, is a personal journey. Pantoufle, yes, the families here are split on this as far as whether they like the plea deal or approved of the plea deal at all. Some families wanted the death penalty, others wanted the plea deal. You couldn't make everybody happy. When we in 1 week, or next week, I'm actually going to be in Idaho for this. Not here, like not at court, but I'll be in a different part of Idaho. I'll bring this to you then. But in 1 week, when we have Bryan Kohberger's sentencing hearing, the families will give their victim impact statement, and we expect some of those families to have a lot of frustration and even anger towards the prosecution, towards the state, towards the prosecutors, towards the police in general, investigators, things like that. We expect to see a lot of that, if allowed, in their victim impact statement. Some states don't allow you to talk about that at all. I think it's best for Idaho. I think it would be in their best interest just to let the families share their thoughts, make the changes that they need to if the arguments are valid, and move on, instead of trying to silence the criticisms of the investigation. All right. In prison, he's probably going to be because he's high profile, he'll probably be in isolation for quite a period of time. Let's see. In 1 week, you might be at court. I will be at Bear Lake, Idaho in 1 week. Got a little Airbnb. Well, had a really big Airbnb my family rented. So, family vacation. When I say my family, I'm talking about my siblings. The court is starting late. They've missed their starting time. I am flying, not driving this time. I'm basically going to pack the minimum, like shorts and t-shirts and swimsuit, and all the rest of my luggage is going to be equipment: cameras, switchers, computers, cables. I'm hoping my Airbnb has TVs. I'm going to use those for my monitors. It's going to be great. I don't think Kohberger would be sent to PA to a prison. Oh, it looks like we've got something going here. Here we go.
All right, we are on the record in State v. Kohberger, CR 0124-31665. Present today by video is the defendant in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Barlow, and Ms. Massoth. State is represented by Mr. Thompson,
Bryan Kohberger's in his own
Jennings.
box.
On behalf of the media petitioners, we have Ms. Olson and Mr. Pedersen. Today's hearing is to discuss the media's request to terminate the non-dissemination order. The state filed a response indicating it was no longer objecting to that, And the defense did file an objection indicating that they do have a continued objection to lifting the non-dissemination order. I've read the briefs that have been provided by the parties, and I'm going to attempt to shortcut things here a little bit by asking whether the defense, who is the objecting party, has anything additional to add beyond what it had in its briefing before. I don't know that I need to hear from, frankly, the petitioner. I think the briefing was adequate, so let me just start with Ms. Taylor to see if there's anything else she wants to add.
This could be really quick.
Your Honor, there is not, but if there's further argument, Ms. Barlow will be making that argument on behalf of the defense.
All right. And to be fair, Ms. Olson, was there anything you felt was important to add that was not contained within your briefing?
Your Honor, we would just briefly say in response to the defendant's brief, we certainly understand the expressed concern about the media coverage of their client. We don't think continuing the non-dissemination order helps that at all. It simply continues to limit the ability of the members of the press to reach out to the people who know the most about the case. It doesn't obligate them to say anything. We also understand that they expressed that there was a due process right related to the sentencing. I read the case that they submitted. I think that there is obviously a due process right at sentencing, but I don't think that case is really it doesn't provide any guidance to the court here, because that was about information provided to the court. And given the very limited scope, and we understand it's very important, but given the very limited scope of what's to be decided at the sentencing, we don't think the arguments that Mr. Kohberger made should outweigh at this stage the First Amendment rights of our clients. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, in light of that response by the media outlets or interested outlets, Ms. Barlow, do you want to add anything?
I would only say, Your Honor, as this court is well aware, the publicity in this case is so extensive and emotions are already so high that adding fuel to the fire of media interviews or a rush to interview people as they leave the courthouse or enter the courthouse would only increase the concerns that the defense has. And even though the plea has a specific sentence attached to it, as this court is well aware, things happen in plea hearings and, sentencing hearings. And to minimize the possibility of that, we request that this order stay in place.
All right, thank you.
She's saying it's a safety concern.
All right, as the court has considered the petition, frankly, the court was prepared at the time the plea was entered to lift the non-dissemination order in order to give the parties time to evaluate that and to ensure I wasn't missing anything. When both sides objected, I agreed to continue the non-dissemination order. I also indicated that I would have the potential to look at that again before sentencing because, frankly, I anticipated the motion from somebody, in this case, the Ms. Olson and her clients, was likely to be coming. At this point, I do not believe the purpose of the non-dissemination order, the primary purpose, which is to ensure that we can seat a impartial jury, is any longer at play. The concerns identified by the defendant, while certainly not to minimize those, they are concerns and they are significant concerns. I do not think, however, the non-dissemination order and the right of the public to information is outweighed or outweighs those rights, I should say. And frankly, I don't think that lifting the non-dissemination order will meaningfully impact those concerns. I mean, the media frenzy, as it has been described, will continue regardless. It is a little bit like water will find low ground. In this case, the media is going to write about something regardless about this case. The lifting the non-dissemination order does not require the counsel or others who were previously bound by it to speak, and the state has indicated that they don't intend to until after the sentencing. And certainly I would hope that the media interests would respect those positions and give people the space that they need and request. In terms of, for example, the defendant's family and others coming and going at the sentencing, we intend to have, as we did before, appropriate security measures in place to ensure that they, as well as the victims, are allowed to get in and out
unimpeded,
unscathed by the media, if that's what they wish to do, or if they wish to speak to the media, they can do that as well. At this point, I just don't think that I can justify the continuation of the non-dissemination order. I think the rights of the public to information in this case is paramount, given the fact that a plea has been entered in this case, and so I'm going to lift the non-dissemination order.
What
But I
about
want
unsealing?
to point out what that means and what it doesn't mean. So obviously nobody's required to speak to the media, first of all. Second of all, I want to be clear that the court's prior preservation order to the parties is not lifted and continues to stay in place. And so it's important to understand that those obligations still exist. And then the other thing I want to point out is that by lifting the non-dissemination order, that does not convert sealed documents to unsealed documents.
Bummer.
Documents previously sealed by the court are still sealed. Now, I see the media also filed a petition to be heard to unseal everything. I'm denying that outright, the request to intervene, because I think it's premature at this point. So the court will its intent is to, after sentencing, begin the process of reviewing all the sealed material in this case to determine what should be unsealed and what should not be unsealed. That process will include an opportunity for counsel to register any objections to unsealing documents, specific documents, and request to redact certain sealed documents before they are unsealed, or unseal them in a redacted form. I intend to do that in groupings of documents at a time. As I sit here now, my thought is I'm going to start from newest to oldest, because those are the ones that I have the most working knowledge of as to the reason for the sealing of the documents, as well as the content of those documents. And so I think I can get through those more quickly. As we move backward in time, it's going to take further or more extensive review by the court to figure out, to obviously review the content of those documents, listen to those hearings, et cetera, and determine why they were sealed and whether that rationale still is necessary, or that rationale still requires the documents to maintain that sealed status. And so before everybody gets out their
FOIA
pen
requests
and paper and sends in public records requests, understand those will be denied for sealed records until they are unsealed. And that process is going to take time. And I'm not talking days, I'm probably not talking weeks for that to be accomplished. So I hope people understand patience will be required to get through that, as I'm going to have to review those myself to make those decisions. Now, we may be able to speed things up if neither party objects to groupings of documents or specific documents being unsealed. But it's important to review those, because those documents may include information that, pursuant to Rule 32, are not to be made public, including birth dates, social securities, information about minors and victims, and information that would be essentially inappropriate to unseal, including protection of individuals from undue harassment, et cetera. And so that's just going to take time. In addition, I'm unlikely to unseal much until after sentencing and after the appeals period has run. Now, I recognize the plea agreement includes a waiver of the right to appeal, but as the parties probably know, the U.S. Supreme Court in Garza versus Idaho has indicated the fact that a defendant waives the right to appeal doesn't mean they don't have the right to appeal. And so it may affect the outcome of that appeal, and it may affect the underlying case and the plea agreement, but nonetheless, the right to appeal does not go away because of the waiver. And so
that could be 30, 60, 90 days. For that time
period to also play itself out to see that it goes the way that I think people intend and expect it to.
Apparently, appeal doesn't.
And so I will be entering an order in the next week or so outlining the process for the review of the sealed records. And counsel will need to maintain a presence in the case in order to review those materials as they are proposed to be unsealed by the court. Because the timeline that I will likely give you will not be, I suspect, extensive as for each group of records. So I might give you 14 days, for example, to provide a response as to a group of, a dozen or a couple dozen records at a time. So just sort of heads up and fair play with respect to that. Any questions by the parties about the ruling today?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, do you have any questions?
I don't, Your Honor. I wasn't certain if I was included within the parties. I would just say I think that the court's proposed manner of moving forward on the sealed records will likely largely address our interests, and we appreciate the court setting that out in this hearing today.
Yeah. If certain records after review maintain their sealed status, it would be at that point that I would entertain requests for me to consider that more formally and to have a voice in that. But I think until I've gone through that process, it's premature, which is why I don't intend to take up your motion, your more recent filed motion at this time. So,
thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
All right. And with that, then we are adjourned. Thank you. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next week, we'll be back. We'll be back next week. All right. That concludes the hearing for Bryan Kohberger. Let's see here if I can stop this one over here as well. All right. So we're going to jump back. Underwhelming, a little expected, but there's a path forward, which I think is very, very important. The path forward that lets us get to documents that are important. He says he's not going to do it before the sentencing. No new documents are going to come out to us, but the media will be allowed to start calling people. That means right now, Mr. Thompson's phone is probably ringing, and Ann Taylor's phone is probably ringing, and it's going to continue ringing for a long time, very long time. All right, we're going to finish this and go to their lunch break. We're going to jump back to court.
So we wore our chemical mask the whole entire time, this whole crime scene.
Right where we left
off. You could not be in there without it on.
And State's Exhibit 103, just a photograph of that same area a little higher up, and you can see the paint on the wall that dresser's against with the air pressure.
Yes.
All right, I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibits 104 through 118. Look at those for me. you recognize those?
I do.
Those photographs that you took?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, I would like to move State's Exhibits 104 through 118 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
All right, so I want to show you State's Exhibit 104. Is this a photograph of the master bedroom? If you were to walk in the door and look to the left.
Yes,
So this area on the left side of this photograph, is that a closet?
it is.
All right, and did you see a bunch of orange paint on the wall behind the master bed?
I did.
Was there a bunch of things just piled on the master bed, like a chair and other items?
Yes.
And was there like a little night table with an open drawer on the left side of this photograph from the bed?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Is this a closer photograph of that little nightstand to the left of the bed with that open drawer?
Yes.
And in that open drawer, did you see in particular some green folders, or one or two green folders that were empty, just kind of hanging out there?
Yes.
Did it appear like this drawer was big enough to contain more green folders if one so wanted to put them in there?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 105, is that a close-up of that drawer that's mostly empty but has a couple of those green folders left?
Yes.
There's like a paint can there too on the floor.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 107. Is that a photograph of the master bedroom if you move towards the center of the room and now you're looking back towards the closet?
Yes.
And there was orange paint splatter all over the mirrored door of that closet?
Yes.
It's like you got tired of trying to cover up the crime scene.
State's
and just
Exhibit
left.
108. Is that a photograph of all those items that are on top of the bed and that master bedroom?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 109. Is that a photograph of the floor on the other side of the master bed, so the furthest side from the entrance?
It is.
Just a bunch of things on the floor and trash?
Yes.
All right, State's 110. Is that from the doorway of the master bedroom, close to the doorway of the master bedroom, looking at that opposite wall?
Yes.
And would the body be right here towards the bottom of the photograph?
Yes.
And on the right side would this be the entrance to the master bathroom?
Yes.
And was there discoloration, either egg or paint or some other fluid on these curtains on that back wall?
Yes.
And on the wall itself?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 111. Is this a picture of the furthest corner from the entrance into the master bedroom?
Yes.
So taking this photograph, would you be almost in the master bathroom doorway area looking towards the opposite wall?
Yes.
Now, did there come a point, I believe January 4th, where you spent some time with that master bedroom bed and removed things from it and ultimately looked under it?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 112. Is that the master bedroom bed once the sheets and all those items that have been piled on top of it have been removed?
Yes.
Now, and I assume that you or other law enforcement officers are the ones that removed the sheets and all those other items?
Somebody else did, not me.
It wasn't you?
Not me.
And there's like a little turtle toy down here that you can see peeking out from underneath the bed?
Yes.
All right. And did you later lift the bed or get the mattress out of the way so you could look under the bed?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 113. In this photograph, can you see that same turtle toy?
Yes.
And did there appear to be blood spatter on that turtle toy?
Yes.
Was there a McDonald's bag right next to that turtle toy underneath the master bedroom bed?
Yes.
And just beyond the McDonald's bag against the wall, what did you see?
A hammer.
Ooh, that's the hammer.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 114. After the bed was removed, did you take a photograph of the hammer as it lied?
Yes.
And is this a photograph of the hammer?
Yes.
Now, did you collect that hammer?
I did.
Did you take some photographs of it?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 115. Is this one of the photographs that you took close up with the hammer?
Yes.
Were you trying to document areas of possible blood spatter?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 116. This is another close-up photograph of the hammer where you're trying to document some areas of possible blood spatter.
Yes.
So these different areas that we see here, possible blood spatter, do you take any swabs of those?
I do.
What does that mean? What exactly do you do when you're doing that? What's the process?
So we have sterile swabs that come in a sterile packaging. I open it up, I take it out, I wet the swabs, and I swab the possible blood on the item. And then I run the test on one of the swabs, the phenolphthalein test. And if it turns pink, I save the second swab that I collected and I turn that in as evidence.
Okay. And did you swab a bunch of different areas of that hammer and submit it to evidence so that it could later be processed?
I did.
Real quick, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 117. Is this a photograph that you took of the master bathroom?
Yes.
And to orient us, would you be close to just inside the doorway, and the body would have been just below where this photograph picks up?
Correct.
And so this photograph is at the sinks and the mirrors of that bathroom?
Yes.
And do they appear to be covered with paint?
Yes.
So then State's Exhibit 118. This is a photograph of the other wall of the master bathroom where there's a big piece of furniture that's got a bunch of open doors and empty shelves.
Yes.
And was there paint spatter and possible egg all along the wall near the toilet on the right side of this photograph?
Yes.
Even on the furniture itself, there appear to be discoloration?
Yes.
All right, so now we were just talking about a moment ago. We were talking about this hammer that you found under the master bedroom bed. You indicated that you collected that hammer.
I did.
So I'd like to show you the mark State's Exhibit 17. If you could, here, you open up that item.
Do you have gloves?
She's like, I don't want to touch this. Gloves. Does she have gloves? She doesn't want to use her gloves. Gamer Mom, you should be able to type now. We fixed the issue. If you're out there listening, give it a try. Boom. It's working. Sorry about the confusion. Thanks for reaching out to the mods. That's the right thing to do.
Do you want me to take it out?
I just want you to look at it first. Just look. Can you see it?
It's wrapped.
Okay. If you could, below the view of the jury, take it out and look in the wrapping and see if you recognize that item.
All right, well, how about this? Any objection to number 17?
No, there's no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
We'd like to.
She can just take it out, ma'am.
Like to publish it.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the hammer that you collected from underneath the bed in the master bedroom?
It's already admitted.
And Judge, I'd ask if the witness could step down and display the State's Exhibit 17 for the jury.
She may.
It was not wrapped in a McDonald's bag. Careful, camera. Careful, careful, careful.
All right. Thank you.
Alyssa, we did have the BK hearing. It was very quick. Gag orders lifted. None of the documents have been unsealed yet, but they will.
Any more questions?
Any cross-examination?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, now you may step down. And you can just leave the exhibit there for now. All right, members of the jury, and as much as it is lunchtime, we'll go ahead and we'll give you an hour for lunch today. And try as best as you can to avoid any sort of media coverage or anyone talking about the case. All right, so we'll see you back in 1 hour.
All right, as they now leave the courtroom, let me go over a couple things that happened. First of all, in the Bryan Kohberger case, I think it's important to know that the judge said he's not going to unseal any documents because he thinks it is premature. Specifically, hang on just 1 second, let me see what is this. I think we only get a half-hour lunch. Yeah, we only get half an hour for lunch because we took the interruption. Specifically, the fact that there is no appeal, that he waived his right to appeal, he said does not mean that there will be no appeal. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court says that waiving your right to appeal is appealable. In that you still can appeal to say you had ineffective assistance of counsel. That is the case that he mentioned, the Garza v. Idaho case. So there is a limited time where that appeal can apply. And I'm not sure if it's 30, 60, or 90 days. It's probably one of those three, sometimes as low as 30 days. So nothing's going to happen before that period expires where he can say, wait, my lawyers were terrible. They gave me bad advice. They didn't inform me fully, something like that. That is the only workaround the you can't appeal this clause in his plea deal. So it's it's that. Gag order has been lifted. What we expect to see from this is interviews. We expect to see interviews, maybe not immediately, but here soon. But those interviews should not be revealing anything that is in a sealed document that we're still waiting for the judge to unseal. He says he will work through it from the most recent backwards. He'll work through the documents, unsealing what he can. He says it will be faster if neither side objects. But obviously there are some things like juveniles' ages, birth dates, personal information, things like that, related to victims or other juveniles in the case that might be mentioned that will be redacted before it's released. So that's going to take some time. He says not days, not weeks. It's probably going to be months to get all of this out because there are hundreds and hundreds of documents. Jakai, or Jackie, I don't know how to say that, gifted a membership. Thank you very much. And Busy the Gamer Mom, you received it. Welcome back in chat and welcome back in green. So, all right. Thoughts and prayers with a couple people. Ivan Victor as he negotiates union negotiations for the lumber mill. Good luck to you, my friend. I know you've had very little sleep. Thank you very much. Also, we've got some people that have some tough anniversaries coming up. Josh, one of our great mods, is one of those. Thoughts and prayers with you, my friend. How's Kiki doing? Kiki's probably asleep on the front deck. Oh, who's this? Hello? 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 Interesting. That was a direct call from the state of Utah. Weird. Like the states. Like, what do they want? They're saying, "Hey, we've got your rental car ready." I don't know. Does Kiki like Temptations cat treats? Kiki likes food, all food, and Mrs. R.A. bought the last food for him. My daughter took the cat food and opened the top, put some in the dish. She ate that and then set it sideways on the porch. And Kiki come in, paw some out and eat it, and paw some out and eat it. They hung up. I think it was a scam call. But Robin, good to have you here. Welcome. Love the mug. Looks great. Don't forget about Magoo. When we come back, we're going to do Magoo. Before we start, I think that's what we're going to do. Mr. Magoo was in Cedric Simpson's court today, and he still hasn't learned. He's still playing the soft sit thing. I will give him this. He is better at it than most. It still is the losing argument in most courtrooms. So they want you to pay your fee, toll fee balance before they revoke your license. I only know of one toll road in the entire state, and I've driven on it, but they charge you to exit, so it's not a bill you later. It's put your money in here or park and walk. Come pay us to get your car. Let's see what happened to the Chevron gas station trial. I don't remember, honestly. It was terrible. Josh might have to tell us. He was heavily invested in that one. Tolls or theft, but it's a private road. Ivan, if I want to drive across your front yard, you could charge me $50 to do it. All right? Now, if the state started charging me a toll, I don't like that, on top of taxes. No toll roads in Arkansas. That is awesome. But then, it's a trade-off. Some of the toll roads are shortcuts. Just got a text from the DMV. I guess I forgot to register my wheelchair. You have to register your wheelchair? Well, Josh, the way you drive it, probably I can see why that. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a scam that gets you the text on very threatening texts. Ivan wants to pay his Easy Pass in Bitcoin. Yeah, no toll roads in Michigan. Good stuff. All right, with that, we're gonna go to lunch. We only get half an hour. I'm starving. I think Mrs. R.A. is at the store right now getting food. I hope she's getting food because the fridge is empty. It's that time of the week. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We have Mr. Magoo in court, and it's good. Coming up, and we also have more of the same when it comes to this other trial, the Shelby Nealy sentencing. So we'll continue that today. I'll see if I can build you a portal really quickly. It's going to be. It's, part 2. Upload thumbnail. All right. We'll do a portal. We got it. And we'll be live when? In half an hour. 3:45. Okay, just connecting the dots for your portal right now, so hang on, buckle up, and you'll be there in no time. You guys have a great lunch. We'll see you right after.